I thought so, but. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are on the record. Today is Monday, the 22nd day of June, 2026. This is a regularly scheduled caucus meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a planned 4 p.m. start, and my watch is showing 4:03 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Brooks.
Present.
Councilperson Zupa.
Here.
Councilperson Efros.
Present.
Councilperson Little. Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson Griffin. Councilperson Lavaro.
Here.
Councilperson Singh.
Here.
And Council President Ridley.
Here.
We have 6 council members present at 4:03 p.m. On behalf of Council President Ridley, in accordance with Chapter 231 of the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, officially known as the Senator Byron M. Baer Open Public Meetings Act, and more commonly known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this caucus meeting has been provided by posting the annual notice listing the schedule of caucus and council meetings of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2026 on the bulletin board on the first floor of City Hall. The annual notice was also filed in the office of the City Clerk on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. In addition, at the time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was disseminated to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and local newspapers on Friday, June 19th, 2026 at 8:42 p.m. The agenda was concurrently posted on the city's website. Consequently, I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council President?
Good evening, everyone. Well, good afternoon. We are going to jump right in. We have a few presentations, and we're going to start with our first presentation will be our Mayor, James Solomon.
Good afternoon, Council President. Thank you for having me. All council members, it's good to be back in the chambers for a caucus. And I appreciate everybody who's here. So what I'm going to do is present to the council the resolution that is before you on Wednesday regarding the third quarter tax bill and how we're setting that. And this is for me to be able to obviously give you all core important and public information. We have obviously city staff here that this affects very, very deeply. So this is for obviously all of our city staff, but it's also for members of the public. Correctly and understandably, members of the public have a number of questions about where we're going with our budget, what we're doing. And I think it's important as a leader of the city for me to present directly to all of you where things stand, and then to be able to answer your questions directly. And then I'll be back here on Wednesday during our city council meeting as well to do a similar thing then, because I think it's important to, you know, as the leader of the city, to be able to answer people's questions directly and honestly and look them in the eyes as we're moving forward through some difficult times. So folks, as everyone knows, we face, you know, basically the biggest fiscal crisis, certainly in Jersey City's modern history, the largest one in the state of New Jersey since Atlantic City in 2015, one that unfortunately forces us to have an incredibly set of difficult choices. So we'll move forward. You guys should see the presentation in front of you. The presentation is obviously up above for members of the public here. You guys have it on the screens? Oh, you don't? Okay. Give us a minute and we will try to get this on the screen for our council members.
Bear with us, I think. Do I have to check? Pardon me? I thought it was being done by. Should be able to see it now?
Go.
The only issue is it's now not up there. Is there a way to get it up there as well?
Did it go off the?
Yes, it went off the top projector.
Yeah.
It's now on the top projector. You guys got to see it? Great, we are set. I appreciate the work. Thank you. So when we have been faced with this series of incredibly difficult choices, we've wanted to look towards a couple of guiding values when considering like I said, the difficult choices before us. So the first, we do everything in our power to avoid what we're calling the worst case scenario. And obviously the scenarios in front of us are extraordinarily difficult, and we know how awful each choice before us is. But if the state does not support us in the way that we need to be, we've had to consider tax increases up to 31%, and we've also had to consider, massive cuts to city services. Neither of those are acceptable for our city. Both would be extraordinarily devastating, and so we've been working extraordinarily hard, knowing that that was before us without the support that we've needed from the state. The second is extraordinarily important for us to keep Jersey City safe. I think the first job of any public servant, all of us as the governing bodies of our city, is to keep the residents of our city safe. And that involves obviously our police and our fire departments. That obviously the crime that can come, the ability to respond quickly to disasters. When someone calls 911, it's the worst moment of their life. And we need to make sure that we are keeping the residents safe. And then we need to make sure we keep our city services functional. Simply put, I hear from residents all the time that our city services aren't where they need to be to begin with, whether that's trash pickup, pothole filling, snow clearance, and we must keep our city services functional. So those have been a couple of the guiding principles that we have been thinking about and addressing as we go forward. So where are we? I want to kind of give you guys the clear sense of where we are. First is we have what we inherited, right? The $255 million budget gap. It's important to just take a note to just make sure the public is fully aware of just how big and unprecedented this gap is. So this is 13 times the size of the budget deficit that Mayor Mamdani announced in New York City, based on the size of our budgets, right? Obviously, his budget is $125 billion, and ultimately he had a $5 billion gap that he had to close. Our budget is around $800 million, and we had a $255 million budget gap to close. That's 28%, 29% of our operating budget. That is unprecedented. That is, like I said, the last time a New Jersey city faced something like this was 2015 in Atlantic City. And I know I know every member of the public is livid. We all should be. This should never happen. The ability for this to happen requires failures on multiple levels. It's something that as a council member, many of you know, when I voted against the budgets, I called out the practices that were leading here. But much of what was done was also hidden. $52 million in unpaid health bills, right? Never disclosed. Bills, capital bills, paid, people paid, things paid out of our capital accounts, just things that were truly, genuinely wrong, that were basically being hidden by the former mayor, who wanted everything to look good in his run for governor. So what have we done with that? First, we've gotten to work in partnership with many of you to be able to deliver $55 million. That is, again, based on the size of the budgets, that's twice what Mayor Mamdani has done in New York. And it's really important for us to talk through some of those big initiatives, and we'll have more details on them in a little bit. But many of you know the change in healthcare, the Pompidou, the Liberty Science High School. Unfortunately, despite that improvement, that still leaves us with a $200 million remaining gap, nearly 25% of our budget. So how do we try to close that? First thing is we look to state aid and support. And we were asking for $120 million of state aid. As you folks know, and I want to just make this clear for the public, that is the most that any city would have ever gotten in the history of New Jersey. Right? Nearly double what any city has ever gotten in aid. Again, that speaks to the unprecedented nature of the financial crisis that we all inherited. $120 million mix of aid and loans, incredibly crucial to getting us back on our feet. And then before you, for the third quarter tax bill, and important to understand this is just the third quarter tax bill, not fourth quarter, that would be a 20% increase, which on an annualized basis would get us $80 million in new revenue. That would close the $200 million budget gap for this year. Now, the state expects us to do our part. right? The state is putting in $120 million. They need to see that Jersey City is also taking action to be able to address this deficit. All righty. So a couple of things that I've covered this, but it's important to just keep in mind the size and scope and just put numbers around what we're dealing with here. We are dealing with, like I said, a deficit 13 times the size of New York City's based on the size of our budgets. It is larger than the size of our combined police and fire departments, at 220 million compared to 255. In the last 3 years, we received 5 credit downgrades, all from the 3 major rating agencies. And all of this was built during good times, during a time of economic prosperity, which makes the anger greater for me, greater for you, and greater for members of the public. Every member of the public's anger is justified and correct, because this should have never happened. And now it is on us to fix it and to take the tough choices to get ourselves back to where we need to be. All righty. Again, I think it's important to just understand how we got to that $255 million. So between 6 years, over 6 years, former mayor used almost $700 million in one-time revenue. The definition of one-time revenue is it disappears after you use it. Once you use it, it is gone. And that is what happened. All 700 million, nearly 700 million gone. So what was that? It was draining our rainy day fund during a period of sunny weather, to the tune of over $100 million. It was selling over 1,000 city properties and using the money to plug the budget gap, but the next year not having any money left. And just this year, we're missing $33 million because of that. Hiding the healthcare costs, the $52 million in unpaid bills. Borrowing for operations. Literally putting money on the city's credit card. Nearly $200 million issued in our credit card bills. And we continue to pay interest on all of that. Spending all of our COVID relief on a one-time tax cut, and then letting our union contracts lapse so that the men and women who work extraordinarily hard in our city are without, nearly all of them, without a signed contract. So you put all those things together, and that's how you create the greatest fiscal crisis in our city's modern history and the largest one in New Jersey since Atlantic City in 2015. Okay, I mentioned earlier, well, what have we done? $55 million in savings, cuts, and efficiencies. That is something that we continue to work on. We obviously switched our health administrator, as you all know, from Horizon to Aetna, generating this year conservatively $25 million in support. We have tried to go after any project that, no matter how valuable, can't afford. So we stopped the Pompidou, which was no brainer, but we also stopped the Liberty Science High School, which was a wonderful idea, could have been beneficial to all of us. But simply put, we don't have another $2 million in our budget to fund it year after year after year, in addition to the county taxes that would come from us to fund it. We've tightened staffing, put strict controls on overtime, eliminated vacant positions, reduced all hiring to essential employees, and that has saved us at least $3.5 million. And we have better collection and controls. We're looking at overturning every rock and every stone. For example, we found nearly $1 million in bills from the New Jersey Turnpike Authority that they owed us. So we are looking everywhere to find money and revenue, and that's how we get to $55 million in savings. And in a normal budget year, $55 million would put us back to real stability. But unfortunately, we are facing a historic crisis. So that crisis, and I'm going to dwell on this point for a little bit because I think it's really important. That crisis is 2 big financial issues rolled up into one. The first is the credit card bills, $110 million in credit card bills that are on this year's budget. Over time, those credit card bills will expire. They won't all go away this year. We'll have more next year, but they will reduce to eventually being gone as long as we make the responsible decisions not to add to our credit card bill and our credit card burden. But then we have $90 million in missing revenue that needs to be annual. That is the structural budget gap that we face, the one where those one-time gimmicks all disappeared. And so we are missing $90 million in that structural revenue that each and every year we need to use to run city services. Again, this is simply paying for city services that exist. It is not anything new or expanded. So again, just looking at these numbers one more time so everyone sees them. $55 million in ongoing savings. And I say ongoing because we will continue to look at every single option. We will partner with each of you. We will partner with members of the public to find those options. The second is the historic aid that we're asking for. Again, there's $120 million in aid and loans from the state that would help us get through this crisis, the most that any city in the state of New Jersey would have ever received. And then finally added onto that would be the property tax increase to close the budget gap that we have this year. And the property tax comes only after we've exhausted the other options, after we've had 55 million in savings, after we've gone to Trenton for the largest aid package in the history of the state. That only comes after those two things. And again, I think for folks, the size and scope of the crisis is what we're all struggling with, because no other city is having to deal with something like this. New York City is not, other cities in the state of New Jersey are not, and people rightly ask, I see development all over the city, shouldn't our finances be in better shape? And that's what makes what happened to us, the intentional decision to hide our fiscal crisis, so rage-inducing. But I want to just keep hitting on that and keep making sure that points are heard. Yes. All righty. Just quickly, just noting our aid and ask and support for the state is in the state's interest, not just ours. We produce 1.3 billion in tax revenue for the state every year. We give them an extra 400 million annually through economic growth, and we are the housing production engine of the state. So we have made it very clear to Trenton that aid for us isn't just support for Jersey City. It's not a bailout. It is an investment in an economic engine for the entire state. Thank you. All righty. So we have this $80 million gap, this $80 million that we have before us. That is, again, after $55 million in cuts and efficiencies have been found. And so some folks have very reasonably asked, well, can we cut our way through this $80 million? Can we find our way forward? And again, I just need to give people a sense of size and scope of the problem. First is this: if we eliminated the entire Public Works Department, I'm not talking about part of it, the entire Public Works Department, all pothole filling, all snow removal, all sanitation, all trash pickup, the whole 9 yards, and we eliminated the entire law department, so we wouldn't be defending ourselves from any cases, and we eliminated the entire Health and Human Services Department, which would mean we'd have no public health infrastructure, and we eliminated the entire Recreation Department, which means we would have no city services for our young people, and we eliminated the entire Infrastructure Department, so we would have no engineering firm and no Safe Streets Vision Zero initiatives. All of that doesn't get you to $80 million. So if you were to eliminate basically nearly the entire civilian government of the city, that wouldn't get us to the $80 million that we need. That's the gap, not for anything new, simply for what we have. Now, I think the next slide is public safety. That is the biggest bulk of our budget. If you were to try to eliminate that gap through public safety, it would end up looking like half of our police and fire departments removed, half, to try to eliminate that $80 million gap. That would mean basically a non-functional city. Either avenue that you pick. You pick the public safety route, we can't keep people safe. You pick the civilian route, we can't deliver any city services, not just city services, poorly. Again, that is the size and scope and scale of the problem that has been placed before us. All righty, so as part of this, every member of the public deserves the right to know that this will never happen again. And it is my firm commitment that it will never happen again. And I know each of you, because you have all articulated clearly, that it will never happen again. So what are the steps we've done that? We have new finance leadership in our city to make sure that we have the right people in place. We brought in independent experts from CUNY to advise us on how to move forward. We have, for the first time in the city's real history, a true financial plan, a 5-year model that we continue to work off of to make sure we get ourselves to fiscal stability. And we are putting in place real financial controls, line-by-line review of our budgets, restoring our cash surplus and reserves, and ending our budget gimmicks. Each of these, all four, are important to the credit rating agencies that have downgraded us 5 times in 3 years. Those credit rating agencies have made it clear to Jersey City that we have to take these steps to restore our city to where it needs to be able to prevent future downgrades, let alone get us back to a place of financial stability where we are getting credit upgrades, not downgrades. Right. Now, why now? I really want to emphasize this point too. So right now, we have to set our third quarter tax bill. We cannot delay because the third quarter tax bill, residents need at least 30 days notice to pay for it. In 2022, we did not set our third quarter tax rate, and then a huge tax increase fell on residents for the fourth quarter. It was extraordinarily devastating. Now, what we are contemplating and doing here is going to be extraordinarily difficult for everyone. We make no bones about it. We will not lie or sugarcoat anything. It is extraordinarily difficult. To place the entire burden on residents' fourth quarter bills is not something that any of us should ever be willing to consider. Now, a lot of residents don't know that. So we have to set the bill now so that the third and fourth quarter bills, the difficulty is spread through both of those quarters. And then this gets to our budget timeline. Residents have been understandably asking, all of you have been understandably asking, is when can I see the full budget? As everyone knows, because $120 million is dependent on the state, we can't introduce the budget until the state aid process is complete. That will be complete on June 30th. So we'll be introducing it to both the council and the public as soon as the state process ends. Your first meeting after that is July 15th. It will be on the July 15th agenda. It will be released to the public the week before. So everyone will have a chance to go through it. And the outline, this is really for members of the public, is obviously a vote on Wednesday on the third quarter bill. The full detailed budget on July 15th is introduced. That's a formal mechanism by which the council begins its process of review. Then there are 2 weeks of council budget hearings, July 15th through the 24th. All those are open to members of the public. And then the budget should be adopted in August. What is really important for all of us, and myself, is setting the third quarter rate does not then guarantee that the fourth quarter rate remains the same. As this council reviews the budget, it will make and may make changes to it. And that is something that we are eager to partner with all of you in, and that can then move us forward into that fourth quarter. But given that the state aid is not yet certain and not yet set, we moved forward with 20% because we thought that was the responsible choice, the tough decision to move ourselves as a city forward, to address this historic fiscal crisis, to demonstrate our seriousness to the state as they consider our historic aid request, and to ensure that we don't go up in the fourth quarter and that our only options are in the right and positive direction. Last but not least, I really want to just cover something that's so important for all of us that is going to be a real partnership between the administration and the council, which is doing everything in our power to help our seniors. Right now, our seniors on fixed incomes are the most vulnerable to a tax increase. So it is my commitment to build upon an initiative I had as a council member to vastly expand our outreach on the senior property tax freeze that is tied into the Stay NJ program. Those are two state programs applied for on the same application that provide seniors with thousands of dollars to mitigate a property tax increase. We are committed to doing everything in our power to keep seniors on fixed incomes in their homes. So the eligibility for this program has vastly expanded in the last 3 to 4 years. So there are seniors who applied 5 years ago and didn't think they were eligible, who are now eligible for full benefits. We need to make sure every single senior is signed up on this program. So what is our commitment? Our commitment is to go door to door, working with each of you in your wards and working with the at-large councilmen across the city and councilwomen across the city to sign every single person up, to translate key information into multiple languages, to hold events where we sit with seniors with bringing over laptops and sign them up physically present, which is a thing that we have done in the past and help keep seniors in their home. And we will ensure that every single senior who is eligible hears about the program, and we give them every tool they need to apply, up to and including sitting with them through the application process. A couple of key pieces of information just for members of the public to know how the program works. The state reimburses the increase in your property taxes from the year that you have filed or the year before. So if you file this year, it would count the increase from 2025 to 2026. You get a reimbursement check for the full value of that increase. You have to be 65 or over and own your home and have your home be your primary residence. Your household income has to be less than about $175K. And the deadline is November 2nd. So our program will launch this summer, ramping up through the fall to ensure that every senior is signed up. This is the last slide. It goes through the budget process timeline again. I think I kind of just went through it once before, so don't need to do it again. And I think that should be it, right? Yep. So let me just kind of close with this, and then I'm happy to answer every question that every member of the council has, as well as bring up our finance director, Bill Vaquera, to join me in answering the questions. I appreciate all your time. I appreciate your diligence in working through this. And I appreciate that when you receive the budget in July, you guys are going to go line by line and find deficiencies and find cuts, as you have been doing through the council meetings already. And I appreciate that for all of us, this is an inherited crisis that defies kind of scope and imagination, that no one raises their hand and says, you know, we want to tackle the greatest fiscal crisis in the city's modern history, the largest one in our state in over a decade. And I believe that we can do it and we can get through it. It will be painful, it will be tough, and I've been committed to transparency and honesty. And every part of this process has been, how do we never repeat the mistakes of the past that got us into this mess? How do we do everything we can to support residents through the toughest time? How do we ensure our city remains functioning and delivers services? And ultimately, what is our path out of this? And this is the year that we are going to tackle it. My commitment to residents has always been that we're not going to be in this place next year. We're not going to be in this place in 2028 or 2029. We are in this extraordinarily difficult moment and crisis, and we are going to do everything we can to get out of it. So with that, I'll just pause. I'll invite our finance director to join me, and we welcome your questions.
Yes, so thank you for joining us, Rector and Mayor. This weekend, my Father's Day consisted of meetings, constituent calls, emails, all regarding this particular item. Just so I'm clear on everything that's going on here, there's 200 million that were placed on credit cards. Now, in this 200 million, Stu, if you could pull the slide back up that speaks to the 200 million that were paid on a credit card, I believe from 219 to 225. So if we can talk a little bit about that 200 million as it relates to how long that particular amount have been outstanding, and to what particular entities.
Sure, absolutely. So this is, if it's there, is that the one you're referring to, Councilman?
It's not on.
John, can you put it on the screen?
Oh, sorry.
We have this presentation emailed to us as well.
Yes, of course.
We can see it. Yeah.
See it.
Yeah, so the I guess the credit card payments, is that what it was like? It's a continuum from 19 to 20, and the 200 is due, I guess, this year?
It's a great question. So I'll go through it. Yeah, just leave it there if that works. So I'll go through it, and then our director can go into a little bit more detail on some of these things. So right now, our gap this year between what we have to spend and what revenue is coming in is $200 million. So the gap is $200 million this year. Now, we've talked about, and this was, there were a bunch of one-time revenue sources and credit card bills from prior years that were big mistakes, but ultimately we're not dealing with them right now. So I'm just focusing right now on this $200 million gap between what's coming in and what revenue, what's coming in and what has to go out. So of that $200 million, 110 million are the credit card bills. So think about $110 million in credit card bills. Those are things that services we already paid for, but no one's thought about how we're going to pay for them until now. So what are some examples? And I'll let Bill go in, but police retirements or fire retirements. We owe these people the money. They've already retired. They've already collected it, but we never had a plan for how to pay them. So that's an example of that. The healthcare is the biggest one, right? $52 million in unpaid healthcare bills. That is just, we have to pay those bills. They're healthcare that people received in 2024 and 2025. You have to pay those bills, right? So that's money that was put on the credit card. And this was something, and I think important for folks to know, this is something that was flagged in the Moody's reports. So Moody's is one of the credit agencies. So occasionally we've gotten the question of, well, how can I know that these numbers are accurate? We have sent these to the state, to the governor's team, to DCA. They've reviewed every number that we've provided, so that we are in full alignment on each one of these bills. But this was also confirmed by Moody's, an independent rating agency, that basically said the city is financing its operations through debt, through credit cards. So I think that's important. So we have the 110 million in credit card bills. Then we have the 90 million in missing revenue. So the best example of that is land sales and rainy day fund. So last year, former mayor sold $33 million in land, put that into the city's budget to use it as basically a one-time revenue source. But Once you use all the money, it's gone. So that money is simply gone. Then the former mayor, at that point, all of our rainy day fund. We've been able to replenish it somewhat, but all that money was then spent. So now this year we got to figure out how do you find that money again a second time? Because it was all one-time gimmicks that were gone. I keep saying that, but I want to enter that. The whole definition of a one-time gimmick is the moment you use the gimmick, it's done. And those are the two things that add up to the 200 million. But I don't know, Bill, if you want to add on where more some of these bills are.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Just to add to the mayor's comments with respect to the budget gap, the 200 million, the way I think about this and the way we've tried to explain it through town halls and in meetings with you, there's two components to it. The first is the credit card bills, as the mayor was talking about it. These are expenses that in some cases go back as far as 2021, 2022, and have been deferred that need to be paid now. I'll give you a very specific example because health benefits is the largest single one of these expenses where the bill is due now. In 2025, the city adopted a budget that under budgeted health benefits by $50 million. At the end of the year, the city issues notes, bonds to pay for those. We're essentially using bonds, using the credit card to pay for operating expenses. Not only a poor practice, technically, we are not allowed to bond to pay for operating expenses, right? That is not the way you operate a city. But because it was under budgeted at the end of the year, it's declared an emergency. Emergency notes are issued to pay for those. And there are also notes issued for other severance payments. Those are bills that are due now. So, go ahead, Councilman, you have a question?
No, I'm
Okay.
following. I think I got my answer.
Okay. So I want to just go into the other side, the $91 million, because I give you
If I
a really specific example that I think highlights.
I do have a question about that.
Sure.
So notes are issued for healthcare bills. And you said it's a bad practice, but was it a legal practice? Was it legally allowable to issue notes for those healthcare expenses that were under budgeted, that were declared an emergency note?
So it is legal to issue special emergency notes and emergency notes under special circumstances. If it happened 1 year and it's an emergency, that's one issue. In the case of Jersey City, unfortunately, that practice happened multiple years and has accumulated over time. So it's not just a 25 issue.
Right.
We have 24 health benefits that were also under budgeted. There was a recurring pattern, particularly with respect to health benefits, of under budgeting.
And did those notes that were issued, were they vetted by the state division of local government services or whoever oversees this? Or is there an authority that oversees that?
Yes, they would have been. They're also, bond counsel would have reviewed them and certainly would have gone through a process.
And at every checkpoint there during that period, nobody did anything to correct that or to say this is a bad practice to someone during that period?
To my knowledge, no. I do know, I can just cite a specific example of another practice that the city used where they accelerated fees from the MUA to the municipal budget, in effect bonding to accelerate revenue to the city. And that was used to cover operating expenses. And I can tell you, Councilman, if you go back and review the notes from the local finance board, you will see very clearly very critical comments about that practice. It was also reported on widely in the Jersey City press that it was, in effect, using bonds to pay for operating expense. But in that instance, the LGS did not have the authority to stop it. They could comment and criticize, but it went forward.
That one thing here, because I was on the council and that was before us, we had not our folk, but the administration say on the record, the Division of Local Government Services recommends against us moving forward. But yeah, it was voted forward anyway.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question? Just with the special emergency notes year after year, do those come before City Council for approval?
Yes, they would.
So those are approved by,
If there were new issuances, they would be approved.
okay, and those were being used in this bad practice from what, 2019 through 2025, essentially?
Yes, with the bulk of that being the last couple of years. 25 in particular.
25.
Can we get an itemization on that, like specific?
Sure.
Because I don't remember voting for that when I was there from 2019 to 2021, but that for healthcare costs.
If I could turn to the 91 million, the second category, the second prong of this $200 million gap, I think the example to me that most clearly identifies the problem was in 2025. Jersey City adopted a budget that included $34 million in property sales. $34 million in property sales went through last year, paid for $34 million of operating expenses. But as we are here today, there is no $34 million in 2026 to fill that revenue gap. The expenses remain. In fact, generally expenses go up by at least some inflationary amount. So that $33 million needs to be replaced. That alone, in terms of a tax increase, equates to a roughly 8% tax increase, to give you an order of magnitude of just that one practice. And as the mayor alluded to earlier, the property sales was not just in 2025, it was a practice that had been used repeatedly in years prior. And each year, another one was found to fill the hole until now.
So, there's 200 million on these cards, these one-time deals. And initially we were 254 in the red. We've saved the 54 or the 55 by making them adjustments to those cuts, which is a whole nother conversation because they got public land and developed privately, and we're supposed to have a public school, and now they got private condos. That's a whole nother conversation. So it brings us to this 200. I guess there's this hope that the state is going to do 120 and there's 80 left, which the proposal of the 20% of tax hikes, that's how we get to that number.
That's correct. The 20% increase is the $80 million.
Okay. Now, so I guess in light of all of that, my math is correct. My question to the administration, what if anything would happen if we were to cut each department by, let's say, 12, 13% and have a 13% tax increase? Is that feasible? How does that look? Did we prefigure that? How does those numbers pan out?
Thank you, Councilman, for the question, and it's a good one. And as you, as a council, receive the budget and have the chance to go through it, department by department, line by line, you may make the decision to say, hey, we as a council think that we should be spending less in certain areas, and then ultimately that's passed back to us as an administration to then implement going forward. And so I do want to emphasize again that the third quarter does not guarantee what the fourth quarter will be. But obviously, there are a lot of unknowns. We don't know what the state will give us in the $120 million fully. The challenge with any specific cuts to departments are really twofold. First, I would say that we have already started the process of cuts. So I want to be clear that the budget that you will see, the budget that we've been working on, includes cuts. It includes, we have looked at every option, whether contracts are not necessary, whether we can reduce some of the size of those contracts, whether we can reduce vacant positions, whether we have to look at things like layoffs. All of those have been in our repertoire and things, tools, if you will, that we're looking at, and all of that will be presented to all of you. That is part of how we get to the $55 million in savings. The $55 million in savings already includes reductions in overtime, reductions in vacancies, and some of those savings. But the council may choose to say that there is more to do. In that scenario, the challenge that we have is that most, if not all, would fall upon civil service employees. Civil service employees obviously have protections, and there's a process by which the city would have to follow. As a council or as an administration, we would have to follow that process. The savings cannot be just generated immediately and difficult. The second thing, which I think is important, is we have to deliver our core city services. And what we will present to you is our belief of a budget that is narrowly focused on the core city services we have to deliver. And we did, and many of you were part of that, our budget meetings throughout the community in February and in March as we did those. And a couple of things that resonated very deeply with me. One was we provide too little for our young people in Jersey City. we can't have recreation bear the burden of these cuts. And I believe that deeply in my core, that I have an obligation to make sure that our young people receive what they deserve. We have people saying my 911 call was not answered. Most dangerous moment of my life, I couldn't get through to someone. And I believe I have an obligation to have a functioning 911 system, which looks like personnel, it looks like technology, it looks like management and supervision. All of those things that I believe we are on track to deliver. And you'll see that in our budget proposal of how we get our 911 system back to being a functioning 911 system. Talking about police, right? We had 950 officers 6 years ago. We are down to under 800 now, a reduction of around, depending on how you count the retirements, of 160, 170 officers in our force. And you hear it when you call people say, I called and it took 30 minutes for an officer to arrive. Our fire department is able to respond to fires in 2 to 3 minutes. That saves lives. It saves the lives of the people that live down the street from me. We had a massive fire down my block. I know the names of the children who lived on either sides of the home that was on fire. Their lives were saved because of our fire department's rapid response. So I have made the choice to put forward and put before all of you a budget that I believe protects those core city services that are essential. Now, you all are going to take a look at it when it's before you, and you will, be able to say, here's where we can change it, here's where we can move it, and then we will implement whatever changes come back to us for that fourth quarter. But I do want to be clear about, I think, why we have taken this path. Why are we asking you for the 20%, which is devastating? We don't make any bones about it. There's no at all attempt to undersell what is happening before us. We are faced with awful choices, and we are trying to put forward a budget that we think protects core services, keeps the people of our city safe, provides opportunity for young people, and ultimately gets us to fiscal stability so that we are never in this situation again, and cuts out and removes all of the core practices that got us into this mess.
Okay, I'll actually, this is my last question. So as it relates to future endeavors, have the administration pondered on ways to generate revenue? Because I'm going to be brutally honest, for the taxpayer to be constantly asked to save the day, save the day, save the day, and a lot of people are retired, and even for the people that's working, there's no 20% increase coming in salaries for those people. I vividly recall talking to someone just today who's on a fixed income, and they was like, what are we going to do? So have the administration looked into other sources or other streams of revenue? Because I mean, it's a lot.
100%. You're absolutely right, and the person you spoke to has every right to be livid. There's no reason we should be in this situation, and there's no reason why, had better management been in place for years, we wouldn't be. And that is the fundamental reality that is so infuriating for all of us to have to live with and go through. Now, in terms of the revenue sources, you're right. We have to generate new revenue. So I'll go through what we've done, what we're going to continue to do. And then I'll explain, because people deserve to know the truth, why it's difficult to funnel this all into this year's budget, but going forward for future years. So first thing is, we believe we can significantly increase enforcement throughout the city. Enforcement will make the city cleaner and safer, and we will get more revenue from it. Now, we're not looking to just write tickets to meet a quota. That's illegal, and we won't do that. What we are looking to do is target enforcement to where it can make our city, like I said, cleaner and safer. So we started with the Traffic Enforcement Division. They were created May 1st. They've been issuing 200 to 300% more tickets on a weekly basis than we were a year ago, and we will see significant revenue from that. We are advancing increases in parking enforcement, both through automation or camera-assisted parking enforcement, as well through additional parking enforcement officers. That will deliver more revenue. We are working on a longer process to reform the courts. The courts have a massive backlog of housing inspection cases. We are working through all of that to then ensure that revenue comes from housing inspection to us. We are looking at the pilot audit. We are auditing every single pilot in the city to ensure that it brings back the revenue that developers should owe. We increased the fees, working with the MUA, that developers pay for water and sewer connection fees. That adds, we are obviously not for us, but for the schools, we are significantly increasing our payroll tax enforcement. So corporations are paying what they owe. All of those are in motion, and we will continue to consider everything. We're working with Senator Mukherjee in the state to see if we can free up funds from a parking fund that the city has. We're working with him to see if we can free up funds from a commuter tax. All of those are in motion. We need state legislation to get that done. And we have put out, but we're happy to do a full list so everyone knows each of those revenue sources and where we're going with that. The challenge that we have for this year's budget is those revenue sources are in motion and we can't count on them because they're all coming, right? Take traffic enforcement. We started that on day one. That was day one. But it takes correctly 3 months to create your traffic division because you've got to get the right officers, you've got to train them, you've got to bring up all the policies and procedures. That's the way government should work. We don't want to just put them out the next day. They started May 1st. That revenue is going to come in and it's going to grow, but we are in a calendar year budget. Our budget ends December 2026. The state says you can't consider that revenue because you just started. May and June, it has to, those cases and tickets have to go through the court system, right? You're not actually realizing the money for months into the future. So that's the challenge where we start the enforcement process. The enforcement process is going to deliver revenue. It is built into our 2027 budget projections. However, it simply isn't going to be enough in this year. And members of the public have a right to know that that is a huge focus of ours going forward, and we've been trying to push on it. But again, it isn't going to show up in this year's budget because it takes time to create the systems and then have the enforcement go through the courts.
I have a question. Thank you, Mayor, for coming and explaining. So this year is the worst year for this because there is a gas price hike and county has increased 14%, Board of Ed 16, 17%. You have a good relationship with county. Is it possible to reach out to them to see if they if they don't increase 14%, is it possible?
So absolutely, and also for members of the public. So we have made it clear to the county government that this tax increase is awful for Jersey City. What I will say is that the county executive has been extraordinarily helpful in our $120 million aid request. That requires all of us in Hudson County speaking with a unified voice in Trenton. And that $120 million, is the lifeline for our city, again, in the worst fiscal crisis in our city's modern history. So I have been grateful for their partnership, but we have made clear how painful this increase is. We have asked both the county commissioners to look into what they can do in this year's budget, how they can lower it. And we have made it clear that going forward, it is unconscionable for this to continue to happen. Just like everything I'm saying is focused on, this will not happen again. We need that same attitude from the Board of Ed and from the county. And if I can just add on the Board of Ed piece, without really any state cuts, the tax increase last year was 16%. This year, it's 15% when you look at the tax levy. So that is significantly greater than what we have before you here. And I think that the question that every government should be asked is, what are you doing to make sure this never happens again? And that's questions we're going to ask about the Board of Ed and the county.
So,
1 second, Councilman. I think, Mopta, are you done?
It's not an intelligent question, but I'm going to ask because people have this question. What if we don't change anything? What if we continue the way previous administration was working last year, last year? Just want to know what would be that scenario where we are not changing anything, continuing what they have done in the past.
So continuing what they have done in the past would include things like looking for ways to bond for current expenses. We would not get our budget passed through the state if we went in at the beginning of the budget year and said we would like to bond for operating expenses. The way the city did it in the past is they declared an emergency after the budget had been approved and then bonded to pay for expenses that really should have been known in advance. We know the expenses. We've discussed them. We've made them public. If we went to the state now and said we would like to bond to cover operating expenses, that would not work. If we chose to not increase the taxes, we would have a very, very significant budget hole, even if we chose to just leave them as they are now for the third quarter. I estimate in the third quarter alone for the municipality, we would lose somewhere between $20 and $25 million until we got to November 1st, which is when the next date for taxes to be paid. In that period of time between now and November 1st, depending on how much state aid we get, what the form of that is, what the timing of that is, I would foresee that we would have to do things like borrow from our capital accounts to pay for operating. That has to be paid back. Capital account funds are raised from bond offerings. They're not permitted use is not operating. So we can do that temporarily. It is not a good practice. It's also one that the city's been cited for in their audits multiple times. I could see having to do things like slowing down payments to vendors. Typically, that gets you in a position where you're going to incur penalties and fees for not paying vendors on time. It's also what makes us a bad business partner for the business community. So also, I would say unadvisable as a general business practice to not pay vendors in order to manage cash flow. I would add to that, I think there would be a risk of being downgraded by the rating agencies were we not to continue to show that we are serious about tackling the problems. As you know, we're in the process of rolling over notes coming up this July. I did meet with the rating agencies in advance of that, and they held our short-term rating steady. And absolutely a reason they did that is because they think this administration is tackling the fiscal problems in a serious way. It is very different from what they said last December when they downgraded the city.
Councilman Griffin.
Sorry, Councilman, I just had one point here. Everything Bill said is 100% right, but to just sum it up in one maxim, it's just the bill always comes due. The bill always comes due. We have to pay the bill because of those practices. And if we continue those practices, the bill will come due. You can push it off, but it does come due. And that's just the fundamental, core reality that we're dealing with.
Councilwoman Mamta Singh mentioned the county. And so, my question is, the county owns $404 million worth of land here in Jersey City. And we are the county's hub. And so my question is, what conversation can we have with the county, if not already, to, reduce or waive taxes in lieu of the $9 million in taxes that they don't pay in Jersey City?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we are going to ask for is first, we will happy to continue those conversations with the county executive and with the commissioners. We have 5 commissioners here that represent Jersey City on the board, and we want all 5 of them to be fighting for us for exactly what you said. So we are happy to continue those conversations. The other thing that we need to change and what we are looking to change is the way that the state distributes the county taxes. It is a backwards formula, and it's one that harms Jersey City and it harms us for growing. So basically, there's 2 issues. One is the county formula should incorporate the fact that all of this county land is not taxable in Jersey City. So we should make sure that that's clear, that that's basically sort of taken off our rolls. And so that should be incorporated because we have way more valuable county property in Jersey City than any of the other municipalities based on the size of their municipality. And the second piece is the city shouldn't be punished for growing and developing. So this year, the county tax increase countywide is about 10%. Jersey City is experiencing a 14% increase. Hoboken is experiencing a 4% increase. It's not, to be fair, it's not the county executive, it's not politics, right? It's none of that. It is a formula that is backwards. In essence, Hoboken is being rewarded because they haven't grown and developed. And we are being punished because we have grown and developed. That is a backward system. That's not how it should work. And the pain falls on the homeowners of Jersey City. So I'm committed to working with our state partners to change that system. That is going to require legislation. And unfortunately, it's going to affect every county in the state. So you can imagine it's going to be a political nightmare in Trenton, but we have to fight the fight. So I will be down there trying to make both of those changes, incorporate the county land in the formula and change the way in which you punish cities for growing in the way that county taxes are distributed.
Okay. And then also, Port Authority, they have $1.1 billion worth of land here in Jersey City, which if it was taxed conventionally would be roughly $24 million. So what, I don't know if Pete, if you can answer this, but do you know what they're paying annually, if anything, in taxes? I know that we got a one-time $300 million a payment from them in 2018 because we had to sue them, but are they paying anything annually?
So Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, so I know you've dealt with this a little bit as well, but they don't necessarily pay taxes. They're a tax exempt entity. However, there were payment negotiations that the city received based on a settlement that we had with them based on certain property and other deals that we had for lease agreements. So we do receive, I'm not exactly sure how much, I can get those numbers for you, but we did and maybe still do receive some income from, but it's not taxable income.
Right, okay. But we are receiving something. Is it from that 300 million? Is that broken down, or was that a one-time payment and a continual?
It was based on a settlement with them for certain properties. After the exact figures for you, I don't believe we're still receiving it, but I have to double check that.
Thank you.
Bill, what amount of money correlate in spending or reductions correlates to each percentage of a tax reduction or increase?
Sorry, could you repeat that, Council?
Yeah, so for example, there's a 20% proposed tax increase. How much money, is it $1 million? Is it 2 million? Correlates to each percentage point if we wanted to cut spending?
So 1% is just about $4 million.
Mayor, thank you for your presentation. Can you speak to the administration's discussions with the Board of Education prior to their budgetary decision making? I know you mentioned the Board of Ed earlier.
Extremely limited. I believe the superintendent called me, I think the day before their budget was public, and said, we will be, introducing our budget and here are the challenges they have. And she walked me through the challenges with shifting to charter schools and their healthcare costs and all of those conversations. This would have been, I think, in about March. But beyond that phone call, there was no communication. And I think you know this, I know, but just for the members of the public, the Board of Ed is a fully separate entity. It sets its own budget. They are all elected officials. Their 9-member board is a separate board of elected officials. And we as the city have no direct authority over their budget.
Councilman, and then we'll come back. LeVar, then Afros.
Gentlemen, Mayor, Mr. Vicara, thank you for your time. And I appreciate the time this morning, Mayor. We had an opportunity to meet and discuss some of the budget models. So I'm saying this, we've already talked about this, but want to put it on the record and for the public. The models that you shared this evening, as it pertains to that rainy day fund, they include a $6 million allocation towards that budget model that will lead to ultimately a 20% potentially tax increase. And so it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, on the record, that the rainy day fund, that cash balance is around $30 million. That was a number that you cited at the recent community town hall at Our Lady of Victories. And I'm not sure if that's all liquid and be able to use in that regard. I think I heard Bill say at some other previous meetings that maybe closer to 21 million. I'm not sure if that's what the case is. The decision to use 6 million as opposed to say 18 million, as you said, 4 million is about 1%. Another 12 million on top of the 6 million would be about 3%. And so that would be one of the bigger nuts I would want to crack in that if we were able to do that as we go through this budget process. If you could speak to that and to, I understand that the previous administration raided the rainy day fund, and that did not make much sense. It made sense because they didn't have the money, but we never planned in subsequent years after raiding the rainy day fund to be able to, and I say we, the city. I wasn't actually, I'm not sure if that was happening when I was on the city council, but it's my understanding it was happening in the last several years, particularly, but never planned to replenish the rainy day fund. So like if a person thinks about their household budget and they have an emergency fund and they have an emergency, they're going to spend the money, right? And we're going to spend the money, we would think, to spend that emergency fund in that regard. But but then you would look to replenish it after you've taken care of the emergency. If you could explain your rationale, for me, and I would argue to the council that this is the rainiest of days, and that we would want to be able to spend as much of that as we could to be able to spare taxpayers the pain and the harm with the huge tax increase that we're staring down the barrel of at this point. So if you could speak to that, would appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilman. It's a very good question. So just to give everyone the full context, right? Every city is supposed to have a rainy day fund. And your rainy day fund should be, I think what the rating agencies look for is, 12% of your operating budget. So operating budget, roughly 800 million. It's more this year because we're paying off the credit card bills, but roughly 800 million. Our rainy day fund should be about $100 million. As of today, it sits at 30. Credit agencies specifically look at the rainy day fund when they determine our credit ratings. And this is the wonky stuff, and I get that, but we just, honesty and transparency is always our guiding value, and we just tell people exactly what they need to know, that if we allow our credit to be downgraded in the future, that ultimately is cost. Those are more bills that we ultimately come due. So we are working very, very hard to make sure that given that our rainy day fund is 70% below what it should be at, that we are not rating it again. Now, with that said, we are looking at it and like every option, where the bulk of the rainy day funds are used for in this budget is to address our snow expenditures. Obviously, that was a snowy day as opposed to a rainy day, but it was the core idea of those were two historic storms, once in a decade storms. Those were not your everyday, snowstorm. Those were two storms, neither of which we have seen in a decade. So that will cover some of those costs. I think the kind of core definition of a rainy day. But obviously, again, I think I come back to this is where we're asking you to vote on just setting the third quarter rate. As you are presented with the budget, that will be before you and you'll have that option. Obviously, from my perspective, I don't think we can get to a place where we spend it down, because we spend it down, we're at zero. And if we're at zero and we have global recession, we have another war in the Middle East, we have another pandemic, we need a rainy day fund to be able to address those issues and having the cash on hand.
Just to add a little bit to that, so we generated in 2025 some surplus, the rainy day fund that came about through higher tax collections than the previous year and higher ancillary fees than had been budgeted. Those two things combined resulted in the surplus we have today. Our conversations around how we would like to use that in the short term have generally been, let's try to limit that to things that are one-time emergencies like the snow. So we'll match one-time funds with a one-time expense. To maximize the use of the surplus, I would go back to the analogy of, say, using property taxes to try to fill the hole. If we do that this year, that surplus next year doesn't exist, right? And that's money next year that we will have to generate in the 2027 budget. We'll be having the same discussion in 2027 about what's the appropriate increase in tax rates to generate that. And then lastly, I would add to that from a rating agency perspective, we're not even half of where we probably should be in terms of surplus, that it could impact us negatively. That would impact the rates we receive when we do issue bonds. So, my advice to the mayor and my advice to the council would be to be very judicious in how we use surplus and not to follow the kinds of practices that we have been, I think, rightfully critical of from the past administration.
Sure.
So about rainy day fund, so let's say it's $30 million and we believe it is a rainy day and we should be using that. And if there is an emergency, we can use the credit card. Is that how things work? Or that's not possible?
So with respect to the surplus, if we were to use it in the budget, we would allocate some amount in the budget when it's introduced or when it's adopted, and that would offset expenses. When we get to the 27 budget, that surplus is no longer there as revenue. Go back to the property sale analogy, the expenses don't go away, right? They generally grow by some inflationary amount. So we would have to identify revenue for the 27 budget to cover those expenses.
I just want to stay with what, great point. So the emergency notes that were talked about that were used to pay for unfunded healthcare mandates. But if we know that there's a snow crisis like this, would the state view when we had our the greatest snowstorm and fifth greatest in Jersey City's history, would they view that as qualifying for emergency notes to be issued to pay for that sort of expense?
At the end of the fiscal year, you're asking? Yeah, I don't know the answer specifically to that, Councilman, honestly.
Could you speculate on that or? Yeah. I want to just change to another subject, which is the retirement costs. And it was on the slides and the presentations. Mayor and I talked about it this morning. And in past practices, and guilty as charged, I did vote for those retirement buyouts and for bonding for that. And part of the reason I was asking about the legal allowability of all that is because it's legal and it's allowable, and the state allows municipalities to bond to pay these large boat payments and retirement payouts that maybe were unbudgeted expenditures or didn't, and municipalities couldn't handle. In 2012, then Councilman Fulop railed against the practice of using those bonds to pay for those payouts when Mayor Healy introduced them. It was explained to me at that time that our budget didn't, that we needed to bond because fiscally we weren't as a solid a position as we'd like to be able to pay for those. And so the state allowed it, and municipalities throughout the state of New Jersey were dealing with these payouts and continue to deal with them. And so that was bonded then, and then Councilman Fulop voted against Mayor Healy, and when he introduced it in his administration, I supported it back then. And then when Mayor Fulop became Councilman Fulop became mayor, he turned around and did the same practice that he railed against when he was a councilman. And I voted for it then too, not because it was Mayor Fulop, but because I thought it was a prudent decision at the time, given kind of where our budget situation was as well. And so that practice continued. To your credit, Mayor, you said as a councilman that you were opposed and that we should budget those liabilities, and it's a better practice to pay for them. And so two parts to my question here, which is, does this include all of your assumptions inside of this budgeting model? Does it include all of the liabilities? Because those are all 5-year bonds, right? Do they include the past 5 years of all of those retirement payouts, and you're paying them all in one shot in 2026, as well as whatever retirements that we're going to see in 2026 and the payouts for that? And if we can get the detail on that, assuming that that's the case and it's budgeted there. And again, given the magnitude of our fiscal crisis, it seems to me that yes, it's using the credit card, but it's a credit card that we're allowed to use. And I assume, I'm not sure what the interest rates are on that sort of thing, but why not utilize that? Because whatever that dollar amount is, again, $4 million, 1%.
6%.
What's that?
We'll save 6%. So instead of 20, it will be 14% raise. We use $30 million.
I'm not sure if you're referring to what's $30 million.
The rainy fund, if we.
No, I'm not talking about the rainy day fund. I'm talking about
Sorry.
retirement payouts.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and just so for everyone on the same page, when city employees retire, they're entitled to a payout that the city provides. The city actually structures those payouts over a couple of years, so it doesn't happen all at one bulk rate. The first answer to your question is we're not paying it all off in 1 year. When the prior administration chose to bond for those, that sets a 5-year schedule. And so we're paying them off on the annualized schedule. So we're paying 1/5 of each of those this year. The reason that I am so against doing this is that ultimately we have to pay a significant interest rate on those. Interest rate could be, upwards of 5% or more. And that adds to significant costs ultimately in the long run to the city. I would much rather consider any option that doesn't involve an interest rate. Because ultimately that means we are passing costs forward to our residents in future years. That it's just going to be extraordinarily difficult ultimately for us to get out of our hole. It is something that the rating agencies will look at. It could lead to rating grades as well from us. So ultimately, I think accurately budgeting those things is one of our top priorities because we cannot put those interest rate costs onto our residents over the coming years. This year, just, this is a back of the envelope calculation, but this year, I would imagine that we're paying at least $4 million in interest from those retirement and tax appeal bonds. So just interest. So we could, if we had never done that, the principal and the interest could reduce our tax rate by probably 5%, and just the interest alone could reduce it by 1%. So that's again, we think about it, the difficult situation we're in. Those are the practices that got there. And other options that don't involve interest rates, they don't involve going out to market, and every one of those options should come before we look at one that requires us to bond and pay interest rates.
What's the 2026 payout?
May have to get back to you on the exact number off the top of my head. I just wanted to comment with one thing about what you're describing compared to what we were talking about past practices. There are certain expenses where it is permissible to bond. Tax appeals is one, severance payments another. I think as the mayor has described, though, it is a more expensive way to go about paying for those expenses. I wanted to note that, right, our conversations with the state do involve potentially receiving a significant amount of our aid in the form of some type of loan. Amount is to be determined, duration, interest rate to be determined. That loan, if it's a loan or whether it's a grant, will go towards paying these past expenses. If it's in the form of a loan, that is yet another way where we will be deferring that $109 million over future years. And in all likelihood, with some interest rate, again, details are still being worked out, but I would also say keep in mind, in all likelihood, based on the conversations we're having, if we receive a loan, we are in effect deferring the paying back of the $109 million. That still leaves the structural deficit that needs to be solved for them.
It's like debt consolidation? Is that by taking the state loan?
Councilman Nephros.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for being here, presenting this. I want to talk about deferring costs a little bit more, just because, yeah, the public is obviously livid, as we all know, and really scared of what's going to happen. And in trying to explain that this proposal is an attempt to avoid a collapse of city services, people often say, what city services? I think we're all on the same page there. And that there's a framing that people have that it's an attempt to save the city, but not the people. That there's an attempt to really solve the financial crisis of city government, but imposing kind of financial crisis on households. And I want us to just like really get into how this proposal, or if we need to rework it, like what a proposal would look like that can satisfy as much of the middle ground there as possible without cutting city services. And so just on the deferring these costs, I hear the point that eventually the bill is going to come due. But if you would just help break down, I think we've started to get there, but break down into what I see as a 4 different kind of categories of the necessity of the bill coming due, that would be helpful. One, just what are the statutory, like what are we legally required to pay by the end of this year? What would be unlawful for us not to take care of in our payments? And then just kind of politically, like what is, in terms of Trenton looking at us to see that we are getting our house in order, what is the kind of like political and optics, at least, getting our house in order that we need to accomplish? Then just budgetarily, fiscally, what is most prudent in terms of setting ourselves up for, what I commend as being a 5-year plan to really look ahead. And then lastly, I think it's related, but its own category of credit wise in terms of these rating agencies and the kind of threat that we have of expenses occurring in the future if we get downgraded. So if those make sense, those are the four categories I'm trying to wrap my head around in terms of the demands on having the bill come due, and I want to be able to assess how serious each one of those categories is.
Sure. Let me take the one about demonstrating our seriousness and commitment, because I think that's the most important one. Again, it just goes back to the scope and size of the crisis, and one that, again, I don't blame members of the public for, saying, well, wait a second, it is really this bad. So right now, after finding $55 million in savings, cuts, efficiencies, that $200 million number is 25% of our budget. Again, there's no other city in the state that's dealing with anything similar. Again, 13 times what New York City is dealing with. That is historic, and it's just important to keep emphasizing just how historic that is. So the only way through that is then the historic aid from the state. And to the point that our director was making with Councilman Lavaro, was that ultimately, a portion of the state aid, our ask, just so said this before, but let me make it clear, our ask of the state is $120 million, split $60 million in a loan, $60 million in direct aid. And the loan would be spread out over a long period of time at low interest, which would make it significantly better. So to the extent we're talking about deferral and easing the burden on our taxpayers, that is incorporated into the loan request from the state. So as the state views what we're doing, the state says, you have 100, we're considering giving you the most aid we've ever given any city in New Jersey's history. Are you taking the steps you need to take to reform your practices so that we're not in the same position ever in the future? Because it's understandable. You wouldn't loan money to anyone who asks for it if you know that they're going to be back asking for the same or more the next year or years after. So I think it is extraordinarily important for us that we demonstrate to the state that we are taking those steps. So that to me is the most important piece of this. And obviously for members of the public, they just convey that this ask from the state is historic. And we're asking for the state to deliver something they've never done for another city in our state. So then the second one I think you mentioned was, risks to city services and impacts on residents and all of those items, which I think are crucial. Residents say all the time, what am I getting for the services? But let me sort of talk through a couple of things that I think are crucial and get us to where we need to be going forward. So, first we'll talk about, as we all know intimately well, was our snowstorms, right? The response for the first snowstorm didn't meet the standard. Residents were left unable to cross in crosswalks, unable to get around the city, streets that were left. We got to work and in a month got us to a place where our response was massively better. Still not where it needs to be, still not an A, but much, much, much better. And that was done through the hard work of doing government, right? Of figuring out what was broken, building in new systems, fixing those things, right? If you cut 20% from your public works force, you simply have 20% fewer people to drive your plows, to go around. We will feel that. We will feel that in the maintenance of our parks. We will feel that in our sanitation pickup. We will feel those things. Similar, of course, to our public safety, our police and our fire. I've mentioned earlier, our police force is down about 160 members in the last 6 years. We feel the lack of quickness and response. So those things I think are real, and I think what we would say to residents all across the city, and sorry, I just want to make one more, is commitment to safer streets. We are operating with a very lean infrastructure and transportation department, but we do need at least one traffic engineer, 2 traffic engineers to be able to make the designs to make our streets safer. And we all know what the consequences are if we don't do that. We lost 6 lives on our streets last year. So those are the core things of what we're doing. And I think we've demonstrated as both a council and a administration that we are making significant improvements on city services, even if it's not at the rate that we would want. Our snow response got much better. Our traffic enforcement is real and people are being pulled over when they run through red lights and stop signs. We are advancing Vision Zero projects across the city to make our roads safer. Those are the course that we're, staffing our 911 center and now have real metrics to determine that we're answering people's calls. Those are the things that we are committed to advancing and moving forward on. And ultimately, what can be just as devastating is if the city services broke. if the city government is just broken. And you can get a city government that breaks. It has happened across our country when austerity measures get to that level. So I'm committed to not doing that and to ensuring that we can still deliver a city that works for everybody. You mentioned the two other risks. I think that Bill is probably better equipped to answer those.
I would say, first of all, I think it's important that we recognize we are by law required to introduce a balanced budget. So when we talk about deferring expenses, the expenses in our budget are due. Like, let's not, I want to be clear about that. They're due. Aside from the few relatively small in the schema, we're talking about exceptions that Councilman Navarro was talking about, severance payments, tax appeals. We cannot introduce a budget that says we're going to rely on new debt to spread our expenses out over the next 5 or 10 years. That's just not permissible. Contrast that to, let me put it this way, we know in 2026, our health benefit expenses probably somewhere around $170 million. If we introduced a budget in July that said there are $140 million, $30 million less, and then at the end of the year said, oh, we overspent our health benefits by 30 million, we need to do a special emergency notes. Well, now that we've been transparent and we've disclosed and talked to everyone about, as we should, these are our health benefit expenses. There is no getting to the end of this year and saying we're going to issue special emergency notes to do that. It would frankly be totally inappropriate to do it that way. That is how 2025 and 2024 budgets, I often refer to them as apparently balanced budgets, because on paper, they were balanced. But when you look at the reality, particularly with health benefits, of being under budgeted by tens of millions of dollars, they were not, in fact, balanced budgets. That's what allowed the special emergency notes, which we're now paying off.
So I appreciate that. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, is there really no path to ease into this where we can avoid the most intense pain that taxpayers in Jersey City will have felt for a long, long time, and still make a very clear path in the next years to getting ourselves on stable financial footing?
There are unfortunately not that many levers. We need to either raise revenue or cut expenses, and we have spent a lot of time trying to do both and figure out ways to do both. The mayor talked about how long it would take to generate revenue through, say, enforcement mechanisms, other things we've talked about, which we intend to do, but really don't help us in 26 in any material way. On the expense side, we've done a lot to try to control expenses. We will continue to do that. And as you know, again, the mayor's heard me say many times, I don't want us to lose sight of when we talk about cutting expenses for the municipality, we're talking about cutting people's jobs, many of whom live in Jersey City. So I don't think I take that particularly lightly or as being any better or worse than when we have to raise revenue in other ways. So I would just kind of, reinforce that. So the mechanisms to lighten the tax increase in 26 could be things such as what Councilman Navarro has talked about, where I would caution the council going down that path is that's kind of how we got here and creates a problem for 27.
I appreciate that. And Council President, I just have a couple more questions, if that's all right.
Okay.
Just a request, if we could get reports for variance reports to show the budgeted amount versus the amount spent in each department so far this year, because we've been operating under emergency temporary appropriations since we took office. And then also results of the pilot audit so far, if there are any results from the ongoing audit at this point. And then just lastly, pilots are, for the public, pilots are separate from the rateable base, right? So pilots, developers who are in these agreements are not going to face a 20% tax hike. Even if we can't do anything retroactively, if we are considering tax abatements in the future, even if it is not the same as having them be subject to future tax hikes, is there any kind of mechanism where some version of increases can be built into these abatement contracts so that we spread the increase a little bit more than we are now, where we have all of these abated developers not going to be contributing to this increase?
Sure. Let me address the first one.
Sure.
On the budget actual to variance report. Several months ago, I spoke to Councilman Brooks, who had asked me for that report. 3 months ago, I can tell you, we did not have that report. The city never had that report. It wasn't monitoring spending versus budget. We are doing that. I can tell you, we're pretty close to where we had authority to spend, to the slightly under, but we can provide your report by department, and certainly we'll do that.
Thank you.
Mayor, you want to take the abatement?
Yeah, and I thank the finance director and his team for getting our city to a place where we can reduce that report. Obviously, that report is a basic document that every city should be able to do. We didn't have it, and he's done the work to be able to get us that report. So on the abatement, I believe there is a mechanism in abatements where they have to pay a percentage of regular taxation. So we can make sure that version is included. I don't know all the details and specifics, but we'll make sure that that mechanism for future ones, obviously we can't change contracts that exist, but for future ones is there. And then just a quick thing on pilots that I think is just important for me to hit. From our administration, we will not negotiate and put forward pilots before you that don't increase the amount that the city is getting because of the budget crisis that we're under. We know that there are abatements. I'll just one example: Journal Square, the White Towers in Journal Square. Abatement was so generous they provide significantly less than they would have in regular taxations to the city. We will never strike a deal like that. We will make sure that we are giving you guys and the city and the taxpayers more city revenue than we otherwise would have gotten in regular property taxation. It's just a core principle given the crisis that we're in.
Thank you. And then on the audits, just is there any report so far? Or is it still just?
I think it is ongoing, but we will get you an update on where it's. You and the council an update on exactly where it stands.
Thank you.
Council members, it is 5:30, and we still have a lot of agenda to get through and a lot of directors waiting. So I am going to ask that if we have any additional questions, we put those in writing to the administration, and I'm going to ask the administration to please include the entire council in those responses. I didn't get to ask a question, so I do have 2 questions from the public that they would like answered. Councilman Griffin's trying to cut my mic off. But they would like to know if there is an itemized breakdown of the 109 million of unpaid bills
Absolutely.
that
Happy to
can be
release that.
shared.
Yes, we're happy to release that both to the council and to the public.
Okay. And then second quick question, which might not be very popular, and I don't want to alarm any of those communities, but there are questions around the open space tax and the arts tax, and if those could be used this year towards the budget.
Yeah, absolutely. So start with the Arts Culture Trust Fund. There is a clause written into the Arts and Culture Trust Fund that would allow it to be diverted from arts and culture to the general revenue with written permission from the DLGS. That is not included in the city's budget right now. I view arts as essential, and the amount that we're spending on them is not even 1% of what we're talking about in the tax increase, but that is a decision the council also gets to make. So when we provide that to the council, that's something on your end. For the Open Space Trust Fund, that is not, that language that allows us to do that for the Arts and Culture Trust Fund is not included in that. We are going to work with the state legislature to try to see if we can get that changed. I would like to include that in our general budget this year, and I love our parks advocates and open space things. That is obviously a capital fund, whereas an operating fund like the Arts and Culture Trust Fund, or people are relying on that to run their organizations. That is obviously a capital fund. It's incredibly important for our open space needs, but I think that we this year could use that money to help solve this crisis. So we are working on getting the law changed in Trenton, and we will keep you guys updated on our progress on that front.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I'll just close by saying it was obviously a long session. We very much appreciate it. We know, and I know, I know how angry residents are. I know how difficult this has been and will be no matter what we end up doing, because there are simply no good choices through this crisis. And, my commitment from day one has been honesty and transparency around our budget. And I think that we continue to tell people the truth. That had not happened for the last 12 years. And we are going to keep telling people this is the choices we face. These are the difficult positions. And we understand that residents may disagree with some of the choices because every choice represents, really, really tough outcomes for our residents. I am going to continue to do everything in my power to help people. We are going to go door to door and make sure every single senior in our city is signed up for both Stay and J and the senior property tax freeze. We will have as much information to make sure every person is signed up for the anchor program, both renters and homeowners. We will continue to look to find cuts. And it was important when we said, yes, we found $55 million in cuts, savings, and efficiencies. That is ongoing. We will continue to do lists. I'll put this email address out for everybody, jcideas@jcnj.org. We want any city employee or member of the public to send us their ideas for where we can find cuts, for where we can continue to save money. And what we put before you guys in July is not the final budget. You guys are going to go line by line through it, and ultimately our fourth quarter may look different than the third quarter. But given that we do not know what the state aid looks like yet, that is not certain, that we have to take action now to avoid the entire increase, and not just our increase, it would be the county and the schools falling on the fourth quarter tax bill. I think it is the right decision for us to move forward with this third quarter bill, continue the work over the budget process into the fourth quarter. And then my commitment to everybody, both you and the members of the public, is we're not in the same place next year. That we continue to do the work to prevent us from ever being in this type of situation again. So thank you all for your time, and I will see you again on Wednesday.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Madam President. I just have two quick questions that are yes or no.
Okay, yes.
I don't have a big wind up.
All right, keep it yes and no, administration.
Thank you. With respect to all my colleagues who had big wind ups. So my first question is, we have passed 90-day emergency temporary authorizations. Once we passed two of them, and have those included the 109 million in deferred expenses?
So essentially, yes, in parts.
Thank you.
To the extent we have bills due, they're in the ETAs.
Okay, I just want that to be clear to the public that this council has been authorizing a temporary tentative budget, which has incorporated those deferred expenses. And then my second question is, have we paid any of that credit card bill this year to date?
Yes. So I think excellent point. So health benefits, again, being the primary example. Yes, we have been paying Horizon, the bills that are due from 2025. We are almost at the end of what we are required to pay Horizon. I think there's some claims on this Wednesday. That should be about the last, not quite the last, but pretty close to the last.
Thank you.
Force me to make one final point, which is just we asked about the revenue earlier for the council people. Another thing I didn't mention, we've said it publicly, but just again, we are auditing every claim that we sent to Horizon. And that was, roughly, it was obviously 170 million. Many of those are obviously valid, but we believe that there may be millions to tens of millions that really weren't valid and that we are going to audit and try to claw back. But that also gets to the revenue question of, that's a long, complex legal process, may involve settlement, may involve trial, so that revenue just doesn't come back to us, as quickly as all of us would like. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Director Kearse. OEM.
Good evening, President Ridley, members of the council. I have three items before you tonight related to claims submitted for the snowstorm two snowstorms we had. First one is Resolution 26402, item 1040. Resolution will authorize payment of a claim submitted by J. Fletcher Kramer and Company, Incorporated, for providing 11 tandem triaxle dump trucks to pick up and deliver road salt to the DPW main salt depot at 1315 Linden Avenue East during Winter Storm Fern on January 26, 2026. Total amount of this claim is $17,600, which is available on account 601-26-291-314.
Questions?
Director, good to see you over here. You can let me know if you're not prepared to answer this, but can I ask you a question about, speaking of snow removal, the status of our claim with Morton Salt about recouping any of our money for their failure to provide services as contracted at the beginning of the year?
I believe the law department is still looking into that. There's two, one was Morton Salt and Atlantic Salt. Atlantic Salt was the one that they had the issue with.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to impugn Morton Salt improperly. Atlantic Salt, thank you for the correction. Yes, we can get an update from the law department whether we have a viable claim, because what we were told at the beginning of the year was that we put in the request timely and they did not meet the salt requests of the city. And there's a financial detriment to and damages for the city because of that.
I'm happy to provide a more thorough briefing over email or in person. The bottom line is there are amounts that have not yet been paid because they are still in dispute.
I have a question for the administration. So we just had the conversation about emergency notes and the purposes. So, and I spoke specifically about the idea of snowstorm as an emergency. This account that's paying for this, I assume it's an operating general funds. Yep. And so if we were to put in an emergency note, year end, I don't know how that process works, but is it, well, if you could speak to what the process is, and I'll take it from there.
So I don't know exactly the process. I don't want to give you false information. So if you're okay, let me see if I can talk space with the finance department, the law department to see how that could be feasibly done. Generally speaking, in the past, how it's been done, they have to show like a direct emergency that, you were unable to know about and forecast and everything else, which is similar to this situation. However, I don't want to hold up bills because of that, just because a lot of these vendors haven't been paid in a while. So I'll explore, to your point, Councilman, if there's a way that we could do an emergency note to recoup that money in the operating budget at the end of the year. I just don't know what that process would look like, and it'd probably be a somewhat lengthier process.
If you could explain that process, how long it takes, and then also if it can be, if the books can be, I forget what they call it in accounting, but
Balanced.
Hmm?
Balanced, if we can balance the books, the money that we spent with the reimbursed for the emergency notes.
no, but so it's right now coming out of general operating dollars. If at the year end we get emergency notes issued, can we shift it even though it's been paid on the balance sheet to make sure that it's reflected in emergency notes as opposed to,
Yeah, we can see if we can reclass it, assuming that we are allowed to actually use emergency notes to generate the money for it.
say it again?
There we go. We've explored reclassifying that in order to recoup any of the money, assuming that the emergency notes would be authorized for it. We just have to make that determination. I'm not sure if we can actually do that or not.
Yeah, if we could get clarity, if that's reclassifying at the end of the
Yep.
Fiscal year is possible. And if it's not, then what are, if we think we can get this paid for through emergency notes, is it, I guess the other question is this just a year-end process? Or is that something that we can apply for earlier to pay for something like this as a claim, as opposed to waiting till the fiscal year ends?
I would have to double check that. In my experience or practical experience, it's always been a year-end process. So I would assume it has to become after the budget's introduced and you have to show that you couldn't pay for it because of the extraordinary circumstances. But again, I'll justify, or I'll get the actual written legality of that before I get back to you guys vote on it.
Before Wednesday, because obviously if we approve this and it can't be reclassed, then it's on the taxpayer's bill, right?
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item is 1041-26403. Resolution will authorize the payment of a claim submitted by My Way Towing for providing emergency towing services associated with winter storm snow removal operations. Total amount of this claim is $32,400, which is available in account 601-26-292-314.
Questions? Next one.
Last item is 1055-26417. Resolution we authorize the payment of a claim submitted by Truchin Towing and Recovery Incorporated for providing emergency towing services associated with the winter storm removal snow operations. Total amount of the claim is $40,500, which is available in account 601-26-292-314.
Questions?
Yeah, I have a question because I did have some interaction with them and a resident during the snowstorm. So I just want to get this here. So the city is paying them for towing and the resident is paying for their car.
The cars that were removed for the parking spaces, and in about 90% of the occasions were returned. The only ones that were.
Okay, so we're talking about the ones that were removed from the authorized.
Correct.
And okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Director Woodson, Commerce.
Evening, Council President and council members. I have 4 items this evening for your consideration. First is agenda number 4.5, ordinance number 26-037. It's a second reading ordinance. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 84, Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis, Article 1, plenary retail consumption and distribution licenses, temporarily enlarging permissible hours of operation during FIFA 2026.
Questions? Next one.
Next is agenda number 4.15. It's ordinance 26-047. It's an enabling ordinance amending Chapter 296, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Right-of-Ways, Article 7, Sidewalk Cafes and Sidewalk Sales, temporarily enlarging permissible hours of operation during the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Questions? Next one.
Next is being agenda number 10.12, resolution 26-374. It's a resolution authorizing the waiver of the 20-day waiting period pursuant to NJSA 40:69A-181B for ordinance 26-037.
Questions? Next one, Director.
And last, it's item number 10.13, resolution 26-375. It's a resolution authorizing the waiver of the 20-day waiting period pursuant to NJSA 40:69A-181B for ordinance 26-047.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Director Dublin, Recycling.
Good evening, Council President and council members. I have 2 resolutions to present in front of you for consideration. First one is 1040.42, Resolution 26406. It's a resolution accepting the funds for the calendar year of 2026 for a Clean Communities grant from the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protections.
Questions?
Hi, Director.
Hey.
We spoke earlier, if could get a breakdown of how the funds are being expended for this?
Sure. So once the resolution is accepted, I send the account set up to the grants department, but this grant will be to hire part-time seasonal litter patrol. We will be replacing and buying new litter receptacles that are needed throughout the city, liners and receptacles, as well as education or any supplies that are needed like dustpans, brooms, litter pickers to enhance the litter efforts that we need throughout the city. And we can offset some of like the laborers positions that are currently working in those specific roles.
You just provide me an itemized.
Absolutely will. The moment it's set up, I will send it to all council members.
Thank you.
So Director, is this grant anything like the what's that Clean Community Stop the Drop?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is this grant anything like the clean communities, like when we used to?
So it's not. It's similar to it because it is litter patrol, which is the green team that goes out and cleans certain areas like commercial corridors or secondary streets that are highly littered. But the stop the drop was a specific line item that was given to DPW that we no longer have and was moved at one point to recreation, which I unfortunately phased out.
So, I mean, in light of, so would these, I guess the people that will be working with the funds from this, would they be part of cleaning MLK?
Yes, they will be. And so will the litter receptacles that are being installed in MLK, Ocean Avenue, and throughout other commercial corridors.
So if, I mean, I love the the intent to keep it clean, but if the SID is tasked with cleaning it, I'm of the opinion that we should focus on up and down.
We are. We're dipping into secondary streets.
Okay.
Off MLK, off Ocean, like highly littered locations.
Yes.
We're dipping into.
All right. Thank you.
Director, are you just focusing on south side or is it
No, it's citywide.
citywide?
Yep.
Do you have a map or a list?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can that be?
We can
emailed
share
to
that.
the, council?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next one.
The next resolution is Resolution 10.43, Resolution 26-405. It's a resolution awarding a negotiational contract for community compost company. I referred to the business administrator because I believe we're going to remove it.
This contract's going to be pulled. We'll potentially reintroduce it. We have to evaluate some of the legal circumstances around this contract and the existing contract.
Sorry, what?
43.
10.43. Withdrawn.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you, Director.
Contract for composting, Councilman.
And it's being withdrawn, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
Have a good evening. Good evening.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask a question real quick, to, Sarah? So with resolutions and ordinances, right? When it comes to typos, right? Like, what is the process of meaning for this? Like, should we be voting on resolutions and ordinances if there are typos? Because it's technically not reading what we're supposed to be voting on.
So with respect to resolutions, if there are typos that aren't substantive, that won't change what the resolution affects, there's no need to amend those. You are welcome to amend them on a fly. So there's a one-time vote, so you could certainly amend them if you wanted to make administrative edits and then vote to pass them. With respect to first reading ordinances, same process. You can amend them before the vote on the first reading. Once you have voted and passed an ordinance on a first reading, the standard becomes, is the change that you are seeking to make substantial? Things that are purely administrative, like correcting typos, would not be substantial, so you could amend those before the vote on the second reading without having to send it back to a first reading.
Thank you, Sarah.
Director Goodman, Cultural Affairs.
Good evening, Council President, members of City Council. I have 8 items before you today. These are all licensing agreements and authorizations for certificates of insurance. So the first item is Resolution 26-381, item 1019. This is a license agreement allowing us to use the property of 101 Hudson for July 4th.
Questions?
Hey, Director, as it states, because I guess, in this deficit, we got to scrutinize all the money that's being spent. As it relates to this is for the 4th of July festivities, correct?
Correct.
So as it relates to this, what if any financial burden to the city does this event incurs?
So the fireworks have been fundraised for privately. And so the city services for July 4th are city services that will be costs incurred by the city, as they are every year.
Hey, can I just interrupt? Can you just speak, Director, more broadly as to what the plan is for this particular July 4th And then
Sure.
they'll answer the council's questions. I have similar questions too. You just go tell us by an overview, what the plan is, and then we can ask, we can assess what's it's gonna cost everybody.
Sure. So the July 4th festival will be a street festival that will be held from 12 p.m. in the afternoon until 10 p.m. at night on Montgomery Street. And that will have vendors, that will have a few entertainment stages, and the World Cup games will be screened, and it will have family activities. At the end of the night will be the fireworks on the Hudson River.
So I guess the bulk of the financial burden will be the cleanup of after everything is over.
Exactly. So this also coincides with America's 250th and Sail 250 on the Hudson River. And so that is something that's actually, it impacts Jersey City, but it is not our event. It happens in the Hudson River. And so that will be taking place throughout the course of that entire July 4th day on the river.
Now, Director, I don't know if you may know this, but I'm going to ask. Because of it's our 250th anniversary. Are there any grants for that for states and municipalities to celebrate 250 years of independence?
So there have been grants that we have applied for programming, but in terms of covering public safety expenses, that's a little outside of cultural affairs. So perhaps be able to
Pete, can you answer that?
Yeah, Councilman, currently there's no existing federal grant. It really is a federal program that's being promoted. We are working with our partners in Hudson County to get that changed and see if money can be provided. But when it was in the inception and developed by the federal government, they didn't provide any such funding. So we're trying to claw something out of what doesn't exist currently.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
The items we're voting on today Wednesday for July 4th, the items we're discussing today for Wednesday vote for July 4th. Do any of these have a cost to the city?
No.
Thank you.
That's what I was about to say, that we
Sorry.
are getting
course.
sponsorship from private organizations, right?
Yes, we are actively securing private sponsorships to offset the cost of July 4th.
Hold on. So Director, I just want to make sure we're clear because going to these events for some years now. So there's the DPW cleanup. Subsequently, there's security guards. I know we used security guards one year, and then there's PD. My major concern is the amount of overtime for employees. So I don't know necessarily if you will be privy to that information as you're just responsible for the festival part, but if anyone from the administration can give the council a breakdown of the financial burden associated with it, because there's cleanups, there's security guards, there's police, just so we can be privy to all of the spending that's going on, that'd be great.
Yep, we can get to that breakdown, Councilman. And just to be clear, the resolutions tonight are just license agreements, so they themselves do not directly cost for anything. But obviously, to your point, there's an associated cost with anything we do for the event.
Thank you.
Is there any estimate of what it's going to cost? I mean, we're 3 weeks away. We have to have some idea how much it's going to cost, right?
We do. I just don't have them on me right now, Councilman.
Thank you.
Who is the project manager for the whole? Is the city the sponsor?
Yes.
Okay. And then who's in the lead in coordinating this? Is your office?
I'm working on the events component, and so it's between cultural affairs, the mayor's office and administration, public safety, Department of Public Works.
So to Councilman Gilmore's point, so all of the DPW workers, public safety, et cetera, who's coordinating all of that? Who's the project manager?
Crystal Mejia Aski's been the point person, and she does have a budget, so we'll supply that to you. based on
We
the
can get the budget
estimates
for
from the
that.
different
And then
departments.
you say it's all, and you said they're actively pursuing. I caught that on the funding. So have we secured the funding for all of this, number one? And then how much we're talking about? Yeah, that's kind of just where I want to make sure, dot the i's, cross the t's, that we're not putting taxpayers on the hook.
Yeah, for the event portion, I'll allow the director to cover whether or not the funding is fully secured. For the funding for the security, DPW, et cetera, that is a city cost that would like to come out of the city budget.
It's on the what?
The cost of the actual services, police, security, DPW, would come from the city.
Will come from the city. So the city is spending. Sorry, I'm missing.
Yes, the city would be obligated to pay for security, for police, would obviously pay for the DPW cleanup, those items.
It's not entirely privately funded.
The entire thing is not privately funded, no.
See. So it would be great if we could get the dollar amount in terms of the impact for Jersey City residents on this.
Next one.
So this is another licensing agreement, 10.20. It's resolution 26-382. This is a licensing agreement for 70 Hudson.
And Director, I think most of them are licenses agreements.
Yep.
So just give us the number and who the licensing agreement is with or for.
10.21.
Just to save you a little time.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So resolution 10.21, that's Montgomery Green Owner LLC. And then 10.22 is with CEVG 310 JV. And that is, those four cover July 4th.
And to clarify, each of these is the same structure where there's no cost for the event itself to the city, but there is a cost of what we would be spending on JCPD salaries and DPW salary staff time. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, estimated costs for that would be very helpful.
These are to use properties in association with the event.
Thank you.
So item 10.23 and 10.24 are for licensing agreements and COIs for MANA 888 Cultural Center and TOPS Holdings, which are for our Jersey City Youth Mural Program, part of the Summer Jobs Program, or again, use of property. And then we have item 10.25 and 10.26, again, licensing agreement, certificate of insurance for a table at 3 acres and for 400 Claremont, which is for our World Cup event for July 19th, use of property,
And there are no costs associated with any of these license agreements?
no cost.
Other questions for Director Goodman?
If I can just follow up on the July 4th with the administration. Yeah, we could definitely, for all the FIFA events, it's all privately sponsored. Are we talking also privately sponsored for is my understanding, for the police and public safety, as well as DPW costs associated with them? Is that accurate, or is that?
For the FIFA events you're speaking about, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for the FIFA events, we've offset that through grants for those events regarding city services, security, DPW, et cetera. For 4th of July separately, those have not been offset. We are, of course, pursuing them, but we're 3 weeks away, as you said, and we have to be mindful that it will have a cost.
Can we get a breakdown in the flag cities? I'm sorry. I know Flag Cities paid for the Christopher Columbus Drive event, and then for the remaining events, including the one that just passed, we can get budgets for that and how that's all being offset for all of that in terms of what grants.
Yep, we'll give you a full breakdown of the budgets, how it's being offset, what grants we received, et cetera.
Thank you, Director. Arthur Cohen, Director of Food and Nutrition, HHS.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of City Council. One item for your consideration this evening, Resolution 26394, Agenda Number 10.32. This is a resolution authorizing the exercise of the first of two renewal options allowed by our Meals on Wheels Home Delivered Meals RFP with Whitson's Food Service for a contract period beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027. I also want to note on the record that there is an error on the maximum amount. The correct amount is actually on the bottom. The contract shall not exceed $950,000. I have already contacted our office to amend this error immediately.
Questions?
Is there a match associated with this?
This is associated with the senior nutrition grant, which is a separate entity. There is a match with that that's already in motion. That contract begins in January, and this one, for reasons, begins July 1st. Not my doing on that one. I would have put them all together, but that's the timeline we're working with.
But offer, I'm not clear. Is there a match?
There is a match, yes.
How much is the match?
The match is 25%.
25%. Okay. And this is budgeted for in our.
This is budgeted for, and I'm also going to I'm actually going to start working on a budget for all our food programs. So it's completely transparent about exactly the costs for any program that's not completely grant funded.
Yeah.
Like this.
I think I did ask for this before, and you may have provided it for me, so I apologize, administration, but we can get for the grant match account. I believe she talked about that before.
Yeah, we'll make sure you have it. I think we did provide it, but we'll double check.
Balances and detail of expenditures at this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Span, Deputy Director of Food and Nutrition.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. I have one resolution for your consideration. It is item number 10.30, resolution 26-392, a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Whitson's Food Service LLC to provide the 2026 Summer Food Service Program for the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Food and Nutrition. So back in 2024, Whitson's was the only food service vendor to actually bid on our program, and we had a really good summer with them. The children liked the food, the meals were delivered at reasonable times, well, the right times, and at the proper temperatures. 2025, last year, we saw that they were once again on the approved vendors list. So we exercised our first of 4 renewals, and we are hoping to do it again this time. They did not exceed in meal prices for this year. So for breakfast, it will be $224 a unit, and for lunch, it'll be $446 a unit. The total contract amount is $423,409.09. Of which $362,123.52 is currently available. In addition to that, we also have $41,327.67 available.
Questions?
Same question, the match. Any match involved here?
No, so this will be fully funded through the state.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren Hart, Acting Deputy Director, Public Safety.
Good evening, Council President, Council members, Acting Deputy Director of Public Safety, Division of Fire. Lauren Hart here to speak on 2 items for your consideration. Agenda item 10.35, Resolution 26-397. Resolution will authorize the awarding of a contract to Fire and Safety Services for a high water vehicle purchase. In January 28th, 2026, the council passed resolution 26-019 to authorize use of community development block grant funding for the purchase. This project was put out to bid last month, and Fire and Safety Services was the sole bidder. The entire cost of the build will be covered by unallocated 2023 CDBG funding with no match required from the city. It takes approximately 2 years to build it. Once the city accepts the vehicle, it will be based out of a firehouse on Kearney Avenue near West Side Avenue and will be deployed in citywide flooding emergencies.
Director, I'm sorry, this is the vehicle that we saw pictures of in January. It's essentially for transporting people in times of flood or other emergencies, or like we saw with the Belleville fire.
That's correct. High water, flooding issues and any other transports has accommodations for handicapped people as well.
Right, and so everyone's clear, there's no cost whatsoever to the city, correct?
Zero.
And when the council is asked to authorize this grant, is because that money can only be used for something like an apparatus purchase such as this one.
That's my understanding, correct?
So $500,000 cannot be reappropriated for a budget deficit or public safety funding, correct?
At this point, for that money had to be used by this period of time, so.
Okay, looking at you, Andy.
I just have one question. The grant, was it originally for the drug?
So this preceded my tenure, but with the CDBG funding, I guess there's certain pots of money that can be used for different things in the low to moderate income areas. So this is a project that, working with HEDC, they targeted fire department requests for a few different types of vehicles, and this is one that was selected.
Next, oh, go ahead, Councilman LeVar.
To the administration, to the BA's office. So the source of funding, CDBG, we voted on this previously. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And I know I raised questions back then about kind of the use of dollars. There was like a deadline, I think, on this at that time. So if you could just speak to the idea, because I've raised this question about source of funds, as opposed to just last meeting, or is it this meeting? It's this meeting, where second reading on some capital funds, and why we wouldn't just include this, or what's the process by which we determine whether, because I would assume this would qualify for capital dollars, right? So why would we not include it in the same capital allocation?
Yeah, so CDBG funding is money we receive from the state, I think offset through federal funding as well. There's separate tranches, as the councilman touched upon, and I think the director touched upon, where they can be used for specific items, whether it be apparatus, equipment, buildings, housing, etc. The reason why we wouldn't use capital funds for it is that the CDBG can't be used to offset operating costs. There's certain things they can pay for that have some kind of budgetary carryover, but it can't pay for wages, salaries, things of those items. So we have to essentially use the money or we lose it. And in this case, it was one of those things where this tranche was available for an apparatus. The fire department indicated that they needed one, and in case there's flooding or anything, that has become a real risk for major cities, especially ones as ours along the Hudson and the Hackensack. So the determination was made before we lose the money to spend it on this item.
Next one.
Second item, agenda 10.36, resolution 26-398. This is a resolution that authorizes the city to apply for and accept funding from the Department of Homeland Security 2025 Assistance to Firefighter Grant Program. This is a competitive grant. The Division of Fire will be applying for approximately $2,870,400 for fire apparatus and firefighting equipment. This is broken down into $2.5 million in federal funding with a 10% match by the city, totaling approximately $287,000. Specifically, we're looking for funding to replace a 30-year-old ladder truck, as well as various firefighting equipment totaling over $800,000. As a department, we've been fairly successful in the past few years with our AFG grant awards. In 2024, we requested approximately $2 million, and we were awarded just under $900,000 for training and equipment, which is a resolution I brought to you all a few months ago with regards to the SCBA purchases and some additional training. So just because we're applying for this 2.8 million doesn't mean we're going to get it. Obviously, there is a 10% match, which is an issue. But again, these are capital items that the federal government does allow us to purchase apparatus and equipment. So
Thank you, Director. If we do get the full amount, where would the money for the match come from? A little over a quarter.
in most of the grants, the grant office will establish an account. I'm not quite sure if that's funding, and Peter, you can help me out on that one, where you usually tap money from for that?
So we have an established grant match account that we have money in. I've got the exact number. I know we sent to Councilman Laura. We'll send you the number as well. That's the first place we generally look. If that was not anticipated or capital wasn't raised in it, depending on the item, we can also look at capital funding for it because it's an apparatus and it has a lifespan of more than 5 years. Likely we could use capital fund, assuming we had, excess funding or a funding set up for that.
Sorry if I missed this and it was already discussed, but is for each of these grant matching funds, does there need to be a specific matching fund for each separate grant, or do we have a general fund for grant match in the city?
For most grants, we have a general grant match account that has all the money for those funds. That, obviously it's tracked, so we make sure that every grant is allocated separately, and that way we can follow through with it. However, that doesn't mean, like in this case, if it were qualified for capital, that we couldn't offset that with a capital account, assuming it's a qualifying purchase.
Okay. And if we were to choose to use capital funds, are there more options for how we get that capital, like bond for that capital, or does that not apply to cases of grant match?
So we in generally sense, we can bond from our capital. We do have current capital that we could potentially use for it. So we wouldn't necessarily have to bond in this case for that. As I mentioned in the last meeting, the intent was to bring another capital ordinance in front of the council tonight. We're still waiting for bond council to give some feedback on it. So likely be next meeting, we'd bring that to the council. But the intent of that is to show you every capital account that has already expired, meaning the project has been completed or otherwise finished and the money's just sitting there. And we generally reallocate that to different projects to make sure the money, is put to better use. So that will likely be at the next meeting, assuming we get, our feedback from bond council. But that will show you that we can put it into a kind of general account saying buildings or streets or vehicles, whatever it might be, that we could access for projects like this so they arise.
I'm sorry, finish, Jay?
Thank you.
Okay. How were these grant match funds raised?
You mean how's the money for the matching raised?
Yes.
It's put into the operating budget.
Is what?
Put into the operating budget.
Okay.
So there's a specific account that we allocate money towards from operating to cover the cost. And generally speaking, they're identified in the department's budget. So let's say the department, public safety knows that, hey, we want to apply for a grant. It's going to cost us X amount of money for matching funds. That would be allocated in their budget.
And it's everyone is allocating.
Yeah. So every department would have a list of grants and, contracts that they'd be pursuing. And then the money physically might be in a general account, but the demand for the request for it comes out of those departments.
Now, is it a dollar amount that they allocate, or is it allocated percentage wise based on budget or grants applied for?
It's generally based on the request from the departments. So sometimes they, anticipate applying for a grant, but again, you're not always guaranteed to receive it. Usually they'll say, hey, X amount of dollars for grants we anticipate applying for, assuming we're awarded them, we can then use that money to offset the, the match.
Okay.
On this agenda is ordinance 26-041. That's the reallocation of capital fund dollars for the capital fund balance. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just reading. There is 400,000 allocated for the Monticello Avenue design. And if my recollection is correct, I'm going to make the connection here to this particular item, which is, this was the match, and right below this one, we've got the grant for the Monticello Avenue project, the municipal aid grant program. Are those two things aligned?
They are.
So why are we not aligning the match for this with this capital fund allocation?
So this capital fund is not a reallocation. This is surplus that we could potentially have. Same end goal, but distinction there. I'll identify in a minute. The Monticello has already been awarded, to my understanding, or is being awarded, is identified to the DOT that the money is there and the project is there for us. So we have to have the money in place to fulfill our obligation. In this one, they're applying for the grant, but nothing's been awarded yet.
I mean, the resolution I'm looking at for the municipal aid grant program says, resolution authorizing the city of Jersey to apply for and accept funding from New Jersey DOT FY27 municipal aid grant program.
So I can have infrastructure to speak to it a little bit more in depth. My understanding is that this is a multi-step process, and we have to show that we have certain things completed in order to complete that application and receive the final award for everything. So they've already had discussions with the with the DOT about Monticello Avenue. And one of the steps in order to apply for and get that is to have the actual money there for it.
So I would encourage the administration to, when we have these grants, it's not a small match, right? How much was it? 287,000 thereabouts? To budget appropriately for that. And I mean, you're doing it here with the Monticello Avenue design, Pacific Avenue, Morris Canal Greenway, all of these matches, significant matches. We could do the same for our Jersey City Fire Department and ensure that the money is set aside. I'm not looking to revise this this particular capital ordinance, but I would encourage the administration to include that when you present these ordinances, these resolutions rather, for to require a grant match.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Stephanie Daniels, Director of Community Relations and Social Services, HHS.
Good evening, Council President and City Council. I am here to present item number 1029, Resolution 26-391. This is a resolution of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City to authorize the award of programming contracts to various nonprofit awardees for the year of 2026. So this was an opioid grant that was directed in 2025 for STEAM and STEM programming with a focus on mental health. It is for children aged 8 through 24. It's aligned with the state Schedule B, which is very specific. It delineates very specific ways that you can define a grant. And it has a list of approved programmings that can be funded. This is a grant that has 3 tiers: full year, school year, and summer. It was geared towards children who would not ordinarily have access to this type of programming.
Questions?
This is the one like we had to do over to logistically get everything right, Sarah? Is this that? Looks like, yes. That's correct. Okay. And you're saying, so it's in 3 tiers, is after school, a summer, and can you say the tiers again, Stephanie?
Full year, starting January 1st to December 31st of 2026. School year, which is that entire time minus the summer months, and then only the summer months. So there were 3 different types of grants, levels of grant funding that could have been applied for.
Now, are these grants, we foresee this grant being available next year as well?
That is up to the administration to decide.
So when you say up to the administration, are you talking about us?
Yeah. So I'll answer that really quickly. This grant is based on opioid funding. Sorry. This grant is based on opioid funding, which we receive from settlements from national, and class action over opioid. So,
okay,
potentially, but we have to make sure there'd be sufficient money in the account to cover that. I do not believe that this entire amount would be available as of right now for next year, but that could change depending on what money we receive from any future settlements.
So it could be more, it could be less.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not too familiar with this program. Are you guys in the schools? Because I also see it says nonprofits. So you
No, we are not. This is not in school programming. This is specific to nonprofits that serve the children of Jersey City, and they do it outside of school.
so this funding, and correct me wrong, Stephanie, there's very tight controls about how it can be utilized that comes from the state. So it can only be utilized through nonprofits for certain things like education in the sense that opioid, drug use, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, I can share the Schedule B with you. It's about a 16-page document. The city doesn't do much of what the Schedule B funds, but it's up to each administration to decide exactly how those funds are spent. So I can share that with you all if you'd like.
Yeah,
Sure.
we can share that with Michael's new stuff.
And also, can you share the nonprofits that you're working with on this as well?
Oh, 100%. It's on the ordinance.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, great.
Yeah, everything that was received, the amounts, the percentage of the grant of what they asked for, it's all there. Yeah. It's included in the actual resolution.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's fine.
Before I proceed, Sarah, if I could just get, St. Peter's University is one of the grantees. I actually wrote the grant that they were awarded when I was last year before I was a councilman. So I want to proceed with some questions, but tell me if I have a conflict here or not. I no longer work at St. Peter's University.
So as we have discussed before, there are no hard and fast legal rules on what constitutes a conflict of interest. And the law department has no authority to say at the outset what is or is not a conflict of interest. We can only opine and encourage you to use your best judgment given the ethical framework that exists. Ultimately, the Ethical Standards Board is the only entity in the city that is legally empowered to make those judgment calls. Generally, the framework for you to think about is, would you either in fact or in appearance incur some personal benefit by casting your vote that no member of the general public would also incur? So is there some financial or other benefit that you or a friend or a family member would experience by voting on this? Essentially, do you have a disproportionate interest in the outcome of this vote compared to a member of the general public? So that's the general framework for you to reckon with, given what you know about your role in drafting that grant.
I have no disproportionate interest in it. So, and in fact, St. Peter's may not want me to say what I have to say, but that being said, you talked about the next, and Stephanie, thank you. You already answered many of our questions. I just want to confirm on the record for this exhausts all of the settlement money for us for this round of funding. Is that?
I believe there is a small amount that'd be left over, around 200 some thousand. I can send you the exact numbers.
That much? Okay. I thought it was only 5,000 or so, but
small in the context of the amount we're spending right now.
I'd love to see the balance. And so towards that end, if it's 200,000 or more or something to that effect, love to see what the regulations say with regard to what's an allowable expense. And again, I'm always looking for budget relief in any of these sources of funds.
So, Councilman, I sent you the Schedule B this morning. You can check that. And as I said to you also, I only have knowledge of the specifics of this grant, and that other amounts of money may exist or may not. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Dupree, HR.
Good evening, Council President Ridley and council members. I am here to present two items this evening. First being item 10.17, Resolution 26379. This is to renew a contract with Metropolitan Life Insurance Company to provide life insurance for eligible city employees and retirees that are not management.
Questions?
This has no cost to us, right?
The total contract amount for the year would be $298,300, which is actually the same price we're paying for this year.
Okay, next one.
The next one would be item 10.18, resolution 26-380. Also a 1-year contract renewal with Metropolitan Life Insurance Company to provide life insurance for management employees in the amount of $209,467.
Questions? Okay.
So no RFP went out for this? We're just renewing the contract?
It did 2 years ago for
Right.
1 year, and we put in for 2 additional 1-year terms. This is
Okay.
the first of 2.
This is the first of 2.
Yes, for the previous one as well.
So then the RFP will go out the year after next.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
You have a good evening.
Director Richardson, Housing Preservation.
Good evening, Council President and council members. I've come before you with just one item, 10.57, Resolution 26-419. This is a resolution ratifying the first 1-year optional extension of the short-term rental compliance contract with Nemo Group LLC, formerly known as Avenue Insights and Analytics, and authorizing an additional extension of that contract for 3 months pending the release of a new RFP for those services.
Is this for the, they call them things, Airbnb,
Yes,
compliance? thing?
yes.
Now, just, so I understand correctly, their primary function is to do what?
So the number one thing that they do, so they receive applications for initial permits, and renewals. But the biggest thing that they do is that they help with compliance because they have a process called scraping, where they go through all of the websites that are people that are using for short-term rentals, and they provide us with information where we could issue summonses for those that are non-compliant. We don't have that potential to do the scraping ourselves, but they go through all the websites to find compliance.
And just so I understand correctly, there's no Airbnbs permitted unless the individual who's hosting it is their primary residence, correct?
Absolutely, and it has to be owner occupied as well.
And it has to be owners occupied. Okay, so who do we reach out to if there's an issue of a potential illegal Airbnb?
Well, once that comes to us, of course, once we receive
What goes
the
to your
complaint,
office?
it comes to our office, and normally Supervisor Jessica Barreto, she leads that charge. One of the things she'll do is we'll check to see if they have an active permit, first of all, and then we'll actually send out an inspector to the property just to get any more discovery to find out if it's actually legal or not.
Thank you.
Real quick,
Absolutely.
Director, just real quick question. It's owner occupied is allowed to operate, perpetuate as an Airbnb, but I think there's also an exception for a small.
There's a 60-day window. And I believe that was brought in for like educators who would normally take the summer off, so that property can be used for 60 days without being owner occupied in a calendar year. So 60 days per calendar year.
Oh, but I mean, technically, but it's still their primary residence.
Still their primary residence, right? They're just normally they're away during that season.
Shooter point, majority of them owner occupied. There's a small exception for that period of time where, if you want to rent out your apartment, whatever else, you can do that for that period of time.
Right. They can rent out the whole property for that period of time.
So when you say 60-day window, is that 60 days per year?
Per year.
Okay.
Per calendar year, correct.
Just a question. Do we not have other ways of scraping these websites? I mean,
Not for the city, no. That's why we had to get a vendor. The city doesn't have the apparatus to do that scraping ourselves.
Right. Yeah, I'm just curious because 150 plus over
Absolutely.
years, that could be a couple salaries of more staff. For
Absolutely. Now, I will say that we have received revenue from these, from the application process. And so I do have some of those numbers for you, just so that you can understand that there's a revenue-driven side of this as well. In 2025, we received $117,900. And then I actually reached out to the
Would you say
vendor,
that number one more time, please?
$117,900. So
That's-
117,900, that was from last year.
That's last year.
Right. And as of this year, I reached out to the vendor today, and as of this year, they've collected $99,000.
For short-term rental?
Short-term rental, these are for permits. So I have the numbers.
In permits? Okay.
Correct. And that's not including summonses. So so as of this year, because of the FIFA World Games, of course, the permits went up a lot. Last year, they went up a lot because we partnered with Airbnb. And what Airbnb did is they said that they will no longer allow any illegal people to operate on their platform. So they will have to have a city permit or else their advertisement will be brought down. So that brought our numbers up tremendously. This year, the numbers they gave me was that we received 234 new applications and 207 renewed applications. That's where that $99,900 comes from. In terms of summonses, last year we issued 69 summonses. This year we already issued 20 and we have 30 pending. So we're already going to be at about 50 summonses that we've issued so far for illegal operating Airbnbs.
So the 69 summonses that were issued last year, so we issue, and I guess they have found or deemed to be not in compliance because they don't live there or whatever the reason is. What, if any, is the follow-up to see if they're still continuing these behaviors after the infractions? And
Well, if we get another complaint, we'll go back, send another inspection, issue another summons.
Okay, well, we don't have like nothing that triggers, I guess, a due diligence follow through or something like.
No, what the vendor does is in their scraping, a part of what they're supposed to do is if they see any violations, they send out notifications at least 4 times a year to any person who's operating illegally.
Okay, so quarterly.
Quarterly, correct.
Director, good evening.
Good evening.
So this vendor is supposed to be revenue generating for the city, correct?
Correct.
And also it's supposed to help your office.
Right, because it alleviates positions that we don't have. Because as of right now, we basically have 2 people who are servicing the whole city. And so by them doing that, it also alleviates the fact that we don't have to hire more people to do that. Because right now, we don't have the capacity to do it, nor do the scraping.
And not just, the vendor doesn't just help us with potential violations, but also assesses applications for people that are doing the Airbnb program legally.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how much money the city made last year using this service?
Right, that was the first number I gave you.
Yeah, what was the number?
$117,900.
Okay, that's actually less than the contract, though.
Right, so the contract goes from July to July.
Okay, so it's July to July for 151,524 annually?
Yes, sir.
And last year we brought in 117?
Correct.
Okay, I asked the administration whether there's a cost benefit analysis.
And I just want to say we're looking to issue out RFP because we do believe that there could be a vendor that can do it better and cheaper.
Yeah, do you think in your, say your experience, your expert opinion here, that we can get by the next 3 months without this service?
It would be very, very challenging. So I would prefer to keep the service, especially while we're still in the middle of the FIFA Cup, but we actually are working to look at any other apparatuses or components that we can do should that happen.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So are they going through all of the platforms like Verbo?
Absolutely.
Booking.com and okay.
Absolutely.
You know, we keep saying Airbnb.
Right, because that's the one that comes to mind. Right. They go through all of the platforms. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the fees that they collect are registration fees, is that?
Permit fees, correct.
Permit fees.
Yes, sir, for renewals and original permits.
Are there any other revenues? I recall at one time that there was some sort of tax. I don't know if that still exists anymore.
Right, the hotel occupancy tax, unofficially, we collect that, but about 2 years ago, it's unofficially under us, because we were collecting it prior, but now I believe it goes through tax abatement. But we do collect, and I have that number for the hotel occupancy tax. It's a long day, so guys, forgive me for stumbling a little bit. So last year, The hotel occupancy tax that's connected to Airbnbs also, that was $8,752,796.06.
Can we get kind of a 5-year breakdown of the numbers of this, how much has been generated? Both the hotel
Absolutely, yeah.
occupancy as well as the permit fees or whatever?
Absolutely. I do an annual report every year, and I will be glad to pass that on to all. And it has all the breakdowns of those numbers.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you guys so much.
Danny, Finance.
Council President, before Danny starts, to the administration, there was a question I forgot to ask Ms. Dupree about the MetLife insurance. Are the employees contributing to that life insurance policy, or is this a free life insurance policy that we offer employees?
I think there may be a contribution through the union contracts. I have to double check that and I can get you a response tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, Council President, Council members. For consideration, I have one item. It is resolution number 26-413, agenda number 10.51. And the title of the resolution is a resolution authorizing an emergency temporary appropriation. This request is necessary to provide sufficient funding for essential municipal operations until the 2026 annual budget is adopted. These funds will be used to support employee salaries, health benefits, pension obligations, contractual services, utilities, public safety operation, public works services, and other critical operating expense. As the mayor and Director Vaqueria discussed earlier, the timeline of the budget is the introduction. We're looking at July 15th and the adoption August 20th. Any questions?
Questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Ruby or Pete, or maybe you can answer this. How much did the salary increases impact the upcoming budget? Like, do we have a number of what the total overall is on that?
What salary increases, Councilman?
I mean, we voted on just salary increases. So like.
Are you referring like the?
He's asking about the salary ordinance.
Yeah, the salary
Whether
ordinance.
The administration gave any salary increases and whether it's reflected on this.
So they're all accounted for in the larger budget. Again, the ETAs are based on a projection for, X amount of the percentage of the budget for the next 3 months. So yes, those are included in it, as well as salary increases for union raises and all the other kind of items that might be applicable or we're obligated to pay as part of any increases. So they would all be reflected in it. I don't know exact what percentage they would be, but I can try to get that information for you.
Now,
okay, wonderful.
Now, so every time we do a temporary appropriations, because we don't have a budget yet, right?
That is
correct. So, but if I'm reading this from the resident's perspective, I look at these numbers and say, well, every time I see a budget appropriation, there's an increase. But that doesn't mean that there's more spending going on, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you tell us though? Are you able to differentiate in this ordinance, this resolution, where, if any, there was a cut in spending from last year? So, for example, it's at the top. So, do cultural affairs, salary and wages. I'm not picking out cultural affairs. It's just one of the first ones on the list. So it goes from 508 to 774. This time last year, is that 774,000 more, less, or the same than was spent by cultural affairs in June of 2025?
So I will have to get those numbers to you. So I'll have to go back to 2025 and do analysis for the same time period.
Okay. So, yeah, I think Councilman Efros asked earlier for a breakdown, and Bill and I are meeting tomorrow, to just so everyone knows too. Councilman Efros asked for a breakdown of what each department was spending. I think I asked several months ago for the same thing. I know Stu reached out to the administration about getting me that information, but thanks, Stu. The earlier we get it, obviously, the better, before Wednesday.
Councilman, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be able to get you that report of spending versus the budget that's been adopted to date. This ETA, I could tell you, is consistent with the budget that we have been working with and presented to the state. So, I mean, we can identify for you, I don't have off the top of my head, where we think we've reduced the budget, but it is consistent with the previous ETAs as well as the budget that we've been working on and presented to the state earlier in the year.
So, thanks, Bill. And so my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that notwithstanding our credit card expenses, for lack of a better term, and the bills that we incurred from the prior administration, that to date we've spent less or the same as this time last year. Is that correct in terms of salaries and events, et cetera?
The comparison to 2025 spending is complicated because of the gimmickry in 2025. So our best analysis, trying to do apples to apples to 2025, is that this budget is less than 2025's budget, if properly accounted for.
Thank you. And that's important for the public to know too.
A couple additional questions, just to get clarity that the number in the from column, for instance, the very first line, mayor's office, 670,000, that's what has been appropriated so far for all of 2026 up to this point. Is that correct?
To June 30.
To June 30th. So that's about 6 months of temporary appropriation comes out for this one line item to 670,000, and it's jumping by almost 50% for appropriation for another 2 months till mid-August when we have our budget voted on.
So this request that we're doing is for 3 months to last until September 30th. Now, if the budget
Lasts until September 30th.
Right,
Okay.
correct. So if the budget were to get adopted at August 20th meeting, the adopted budget supersede this ETA resolution.
Okay.
So the reason why we kind of stretched it out, because we want to be consistent from day one, 25%, 50%, 75%, just in case if there's any delays within the budget process.
Okay, so this is really just the exact consistent rate which we've been funding all of these different line items.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So in theory, it's adding 3 more months. And so for salaries and wages, I know it's not hard and fast here, but it should reflect like a 1/3 increase essentially, or thereabouts, increase in their salaries because the first 6 months we approved, right? And so if there was kind of a hold on hiring or kind of stable hiring, then the salaries, without going line by line and trying to figure out who's been hired and not been hired and what their salaries are, it should come out to about 1/3. So I'm just looking at kind of the salaries and wages and seeing, I don't know, in some cases, 80% increases from where it is, where we approved it at the end through the second quarter to where it is today. So for example, the engineering department has increased by 85%, according to my for salaries and wages. The recreation department salaries and wages 112%. The director's department for HHS has increased by 68%. We just get some clarification as to what's driving these changes and some of these numbers. I don't know if you're looking at the same numbers I'm at this point, but for example, Department of Infrastructure, and I'm not picking on anybody here, just from 287,000 to 530,393. That's a 243,393 increase. That's an 85% increase in the engineering salaries and wages.
Councilman, what we do, like I said, across the board, we did it at 25% from June 30th to September 30th. So that's our calculation based on whatever budget has been proposed. So we're using the proposed amount based on the 75%. So that's how we got to those numbers. Some of the drivers obviously are overtime that's been incurred to some of these departments, such as you can see as public safety, public works. And some
We just had a presentation that said we've curtailed and we're reining in overtime. So, I mean, I would ask you to take a second look at these numbers in terms of, I mean, it is a temporary appropriation, and I know that when we pass the budget, adopt a budget. But in essence, we're kind of giving license to the idea that to continue spending at the same rate or pace, or some implicitly giving permission to spend at a certain rate and pace by approving these numbers. And what I'd also ask is, what's the spend at this point? And I can give you a specific list of items. I don't necessarily want to do everything at this point, but kind of particularly looking at salaries and wages. I assume operating expenses, and maybe it's, maybe I shouldn't assume anything, but that some of the operating expenses, that there are seasonal operating expenses that get incurred that need to happen, but salaries and wages should generally be the same, except for maybe recreation, where they hire a lot more kind of seasonal workers. And I could be incorrect about that for for DPW as well. Maybe there's a lot of seasonal workers there too. But for the rest of the city, the salaries and wages should be fairly stable and should be looking across the board at like a 33% increase from the from column to the to column. That's right. If I'm wrong about my assumptions, feel free to correct me.
Yeah, I would definitely look at these numbers, but whatever numbers we are seeing here going from and to, right? It does not exceed 75% until September 30th.
Doesn't exceed the 75%, you're saying?
Correct.
75% of 2025.
That is, no, 75% of the 2026 requested amount.
Okay, and because the idea is it's done in 25% increments.
Right. So what I'm saying is that in January, when we first approved the temporary budget, it was 25%.
Yes.
Right. Then we came back at the end of March to request another 25%.
Yes.
So that 25% is going to last until June 30th. So in essence, that's where the second ETA expires. Make sense? So this request that we're doing is for the 3 months up from July 1st to September 30th. So if the budget were to get adopted at the August 20th meeting, like I said before, the adopted budget will supersede this ETA.
The to column is assuming 75% of what?
Of the 2026 requested amount.
2026.
That is correct.
Like, so some budget assumption that you have for 2026, as opposed to the 2025 actual spends.
Right, but we based it upon the 2026 draft that was sent to DCA.
That was sent to where?
DCA, Division of Community Affairs.
Yeah, but not sent to the city council. You're operating from assumptions that we're not aware of. So, and we didn't authorize a 2026 spend at this point. So that's why these numbers are, and look, I just I tried to crunch these numbers over the weekend because we got this Friday night at 8:30 p.m. or thereabouts. And I'm kind of just starting to analyze this. I'm looking at the numbers and salaries and wages. It's pretty much across the board, like a 40% to 50% or more increase from the end of second quarter, what we approved for second quarter, to the current quarter now. So
So I guess,
we're almost tacitly approving the 2026 budget without us having had an opportunity to look at it, right? So.
Right.
And I guess the bigger question as it relates to like how did you get to those figures? Are they, I would be more inclined to look at 25 figures being that it's the year before. How did you get to that proposed 2026 number?
So the underlying numbers in the ETAs all tie back to our best estimate for 2026 expected appropriations. You're correct. We have not yet submitted a budget for adoption this year. It's not to say we haven't been working on developing expected expenses for 26. We have. That's what has been approved in the previous ETAs. This one extends that by another quarter. There are refinements that you'll see when we do introduce a budget in July, like you mentioned, overtime. You will see a significant reduction in the full year budget for overtime that hasn't necessarily been incorporated in the ETA. As Danny said, the budget, when it's adopted in August, hopefully, will supersede this. But the numbers that have been, the budgets that have been approved in the ETAs so far to date reflect our expected spending in 2026, not 2025. And then, right, the request was also made for us to share with you actual spend versus the budget. Mentioned earlier, that report has never existed in Jersey City. There was never tracking of expenses to budget. We started doing that. We started developing that budget. We will share that with you. And I can tell you that we are running slightly below the spending that you've approved to date, and you've approved spending to June 30.
Okay, be that as it may, is there any way, like, how do DCA get a financial statement of projections for the council who have the ultimate authority to authorize? So I'm just concerned a little bit about the process.
So what they have was submitted as part of the transitional aid application, which the council has. So that when we refer to the numbers that DCA is looking at or has seen, they are the numbers that are in the transitional aid application.
Oh, so that's what triggers it going to the DCA because of that situation.
Correct. And then we were required at that time to submit in the application estimate for 2026. That's what showed the $255 million gap, the request for 150 million aid. All of that is in the transitional aid application. And the ETAs are generally consistent with that, the information that was submitted.
I see what you're saying.
I want to correct myself because again, I'm doing this on the fly a little bit here. So should see, again, if salaries are staying stable in terms of hires, like a 50% increase, because, so for example, Department of Administration Communications, the budget through June 30th was approved at 343,000. I don't know what the actual spend is. And the change was $274,154 increase to $617,154. If it was on the same pace and expenditure or budget of the first two quarters, it should be $171,500 increase into the third quarter, but we have a $274,154 increase. So, and I should just correct myself because it's really probably amounts to about less than 10 departments with salaries and wages. So I don't want to misrepresent that. So most of the rest of them are in line kind of where that should be in that regard. So I want to be clear about that. So so I'm just going to send this to you and ask you to like clarify what these salaries and wages in particular, why we're seeing these sort of increases across the board there, and if there's reasonable explanations, I'm willing to listen around that. But I'm also prepared and for the administration and seek guidance from corporate counsel to amend the resolution if necessary to change some of these numbers. And I'll share that with the city council members as well. I'll say this, by just even changing it down to, if we adopt the budget in August, it's only 2 months. So you should still have sufficient funds budgeted, even if I amended these numbers. But I don't want to do it willy-nilly, again, kind of just looking at this after receiving this Friday night. So I will share this with you and go from there. Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Bill, are you going to be sticking around to the conclusion of this meeting?
If you would like me to.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need you, Bill. We have some more questions. Sure. You're gonna have more gray hair, by the end of this meeting.
Or if any hair left.
Yeah. I was going to make a similar comment.
Matt Ward, Planning.
Good evening, Council President, Council. I'm here on one item for your consideration. Agenda item 3.1, ordinance 26-049, an ordinance adopting amendments to the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan regarding the expansion of transit proximity bonus. This is the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan, which stretches along Monticello and MLK Drive. And it's looking at a specific clause or standard in that plan that is called the transit proximity bonus. There is on, I think, the one of the first attachments of the ordinance. There's both the text that shows yellow highlight, increasing the bonus boundary from 1,000 feet to 1,750 feet. And then on the next page, there are 2 circles that expand out from the station, which is identified on the map near or adjacent to the hub. And the second ring is this new expanded buffer from that transit station. So properties along the drive within that circle are allowed additional heights or taller buildings pursuant to the redevelopment plan and amendments herein. Any projects that are now within this buffer that weren't once before that have 15 or more units will also have to provide affordable housing on site. This project or these amendments were presented by the petitioner to the CID. I believe that they've reached out to the councilman in the area and received a favorable recommendation at Planning Board.
Questions?
Yes, so they did reach out. We did have extensive communication with the community as well as the SID about this applicant here.
Any other
Is
questions?
this in response to a particular applicant, or I thought the SID?
No, this is it.
There was a petitioner for these amendments. It's Terry Developments LLC. Not sure.
So basically,
There is a representative here regarding that petitioner.
Okay.
If you wish to ask them any questions.
So
Can we have them come up?
where is, good evening, where's the development located?
Good evening. Just for the purpose of the record, Rebecca Mariello from Connell Foley. The petitioner, her family has owned a property located at 539 MLK Drive. Right now, there's an existing commercial building there. It's like a dilapidated commercial building, and she's inherited this building. And the cost to demo it and construct 5 or 6 story building there. Well, right now the zoning only permits 4 at this specific location. It's not probative to activate this property with the existing zoning, which is why we met with the councilman's office, we met with the community group, and ultimately we're before the planning board to request an expansion of this bonus to build housing here and activate this property. Currently, the lot size of the property is under 3,999 square feet. So because it's an undersized lot, it's currently not eligible to build 5 or 6 stories. But it's close enough within the transit bonus that if we were to expand the transit bonus from 1,000 feet to 1,750, we would be able to tap into that transit area bonus.
So Matt, with the additional height on this building, because there's brownstones over there, they're like lower, are we looking at a setback?
So this only applies to properties that are in the neighborhood mixed use zone of the redevelopment plan. There's another district called the historic neighborhood mixed use district. It wouldn't apply to those properties. So there wasn't a step back. There isn't a step back. There is a setback for buildings of a certain size. They have to create a larger sidewalk, but that's only at like the 8-story tall building.
So
I can get more information. I don't have all of the text of the plan in front of me, but if it's a more specific question, I can try to relay that.
Like, it could get,
I mean,
you don't want it to look crazy.
no, hey, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, the adjacent property to the right, this property will essentially be congruent to that property right there.
Right. So
forget the
this
name of
this amendment doesn't just impact one property,
yes,
but the petitioner is representing one property owner, or is one property owner. And right next door, there is a 6-story building.
Oh, the building is 6 stories.
Yeah.
The old moguls.
If I can just ask, Matt, the IZO applies, right?
It applies to these properties that are now in this expanded
For the 700
proximity,
feet.
and if they have 15 or more units.
15 or more units. So if there are 4 stories permitted as of right, currently, and then they go up to 6 stories, is it 15% of the 2 stories or is it 15% of the 6 stories?
The entire development.
Yeah. And the petitioner, I know I know the petitioner, and I was having a conversation with her several months back, and she's actually looking forward to building affordable housing, so.
Great. Thank you. Me.
Any other
All right.
questions?
Good evening.
Thanks. Drew? Deputy Director, Infrastructure.
Good evening, Council President, council members. Drew Banghart, Deputy Director of the Department of Infrastructure, here on behalf of the Traffic Engineering Division. I have one item tonight. It is agenda number 3.8, ordinance 26-056. I want to say thank you to council members involved in the review committee, my colleagues for getting the reserve parking committee set up, and some staff that worked hard today to get a couple additions made before the meeting. This is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Article 9, the parking for the disabled. So these are spaces that went through the review process and have been approved for adoption.
Questions?
Just what's the timetable to, it's just more about the general process for, from someone from application to final review and approvals? How long is that whole process?
So we do have a backlog that we're working through. So right now it's a little cumbersome. I'd like to think that once we get into a standard pace of events, it would be like a 2 to 3 month process before review, approval, and then we work with DPW to get the signs installed.
Yeah. I heard a resident complained to me that they were told, I'm not saying who they talked to, I don't know who they spoke to, but it's a 10-month process. That seems inordinately long to me, if that's the case.
It's moving right along now. The committee under Chair Brooks has been going along. And just for your benefit, the committee hadn't met since before the November election. That's why there was a backlog.
Yeah, and they, to your credit, Councilman, you've been meeting like once a week and already have another meeting set up next week.
Okay. All right.
Councilman Gilmore and Brooks and I serve on the committee.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Drew. Thank you to the infrastructure staff, members of the committee, and our staff who have been, working on this. I have one quick question. One of the later additions, unfortunately passed away. Ms. Dorothy Johnson, but her husband is still with us, thank God. Do we need to amend this?
I don't know if Corporation Counsel can answer that. The space was a shared space with the husband and wife, so both names are in the ordinance.
Yes, both names were on the, what's the name? So
After the committee met, the Ms. Johnson passed away. Go ahead.
So why don't we talk about this more offline, but it probably depend on the application, what information is in the application and how that determination was made. But if it's made for both people, there's probably a possibility there, but let's take it offline. We can flush that out.
Appreciate that. And just want to recognize, Ms. Johnson, her going home services tomorrow. She was a long-term JCBOE employee at PS 39, and may she rest in peace.
Thank you all. We'll work on that offline, and condolences to the family.
Andy, is there an update on I guess the reconfiguration for the senior home on Montgomery Street? I know we briefly spoke about this a few months ago. I was just wondering if there was an update because the seniors have been reaching out.
Absolutely. May I ask you just give me 1 minute to pull that update up?
Oh, okay.
We can continue and then I'll address that.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Drew? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Kaplan, you're next.
So Councilman Griffin, your update from Lindsay is that we did get a design. We're looking at ways to narrow the bike lane and I believe rumble strips in order to kind of slow the bikes coming down the hill in front of the senior center.
Say that one more again, Andy.
I'm sorry?
Say that again. I didn't hear.
Yeah, of course. So we did get a design from our traffic engineering consultant. So that would narrow the bike lane approaching that bus stop and add rumble strips as a way to slow down the bikes.
Oh, okay.
It's comparable to what New York City has been doing when they have conflicts with bikes and bus stops or seniors in other areas.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, the design is wrapping up, but we're then going to have to work with our contractor to get it installed. That is moving forward.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, Director, you're on.
And will that be done through a grant?
No, that is done through our on-call statewide contract. So we have an on-call pavement market.
Oh, we have an on-call contract. Okay.
Correct. Correct. So I'll just introduce Director Diamond. I think we have a number of things before you tonight. So if you want to start with sustainability, Amanda.
Hi, good evening, council members, council president, Director Diamond, Sustainability. I have 4 resolutions and 1 ordinance for you today, starting with Resolution 26-406, Agenda Number 1044, a resolution authorizing the city to apply and accept incentive funding from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities through their New Jersey Clean Energy Program under the Clean Fleet EV Incentive Program. So this would be a grant for purchasing equipment for updating our EV charging fleet infrastructure. And it also has an option to apply for EV vehicles to see if we need to replace or purchase new EV vehicles for the city. I will say that this does have some element of a match. It pays up to, at least for the EV vehicles part or the charging stations, up to 90% of the charging station cost. And I am aware that it is critical infrastructure and something I take very seriously under this division. There are a number of charging stations, both for the public, or for public use, and then also for the fleet, our city fleet services that are not meeting our standards and need to be replaced immediately. The new contract that hopefully will be executed very shortly with Jolt is going to hopefully be exercised by very shortly, and my intention is to immediately replace some of the outdated charging stations that the city has for ChargePoint. And then moving on, that contract does not have any fleet capabilities for us. So this grant would offer us the option to update the necessary fleet charging infrastructure for the city.
Questions?
Thank you for that. So, can you describe a light, EV or light battery EV?
Light battery EV would be personal use, sedans, 4-doors, and then heavy EV is trucks, garbage trucks, that sort of nature. So they fall into those kind of two categories.
Okay, thank you.
How many vehicles are we, if I'm misunderstanding,
Yes.
we're applying for a grant that that we will buy a vehicle, electric EV.
So we have the option to purchase, I think, up to 5 vehicles, and we can also purchase up to 20 EV charging stations. I'm evaluating those options right now. I don't have the exact number that we would want, but we're going to be working with the automotive division to come up with a number. It wouldn't be purchasing new vehicles for the sake of purchasing new vehicles. I believe that this conversation that I'm going to have this week with them is going to be focused more on, is there any critical infrastructure or any critical vehicles that need to be replaced? So that is going to be able to service our fleet needs for our city employees.
When is the grant application deadline?
The end of this month, the 30th, or excuse me, maybe July 1st. Sorry, one of the two.
And so the intention is to apply in possibly 2 to 5 vehicles. And how many EV stations?
Right now, I believe that we have 18 municipal ports, which then turns into basically like 9 charging stations, if they have 2 ports per charging station. My goal would be to at least apply for enough to replace our current infrastructure, being that I know that we have fleet charging stations on in the Marin lot right behind here that need to be updated and repaired, as well as charging stations that are near the annex, and then any and review any out of service charging stations that would be at the DPW facility as well. So those are the 3 locations for our fleet charging that offer fleet charging at this moment.
I thought, didn't we approve and correct me if I'm wrong, because some agreement or contract with somebody who's building EV stations for us?
Yes, and that would be for public. It was almost exclusively public, and so then this would give us our fleet charging stations. I also am going to be exercising, if we apply, this is just the grant to apply for it to see if we can get the funding for it. I'm going to be putting in elements into our next RFP, which will hopefully be out shortly. I'm going through the approvals process for our to expand the public charging infrastructure, as was a part of, some discussions that I had all the way back in March. My hope is that there will be a part of the next RFP elements for fleet service charging infrastructure, but I won't have that information until we see what comes back for the RFP. At that time, we can maybe expand our charging infrastructure, but in the meantime, this is going to be a way that we can hopefully continue to service at least the charging need for our fleet vehicles.
Can you provide us with an inventory, and somebody maybe asked this already, inventory of our EV vehicles and EV charging stations? city?
I have charging station information. Again, I think the best way to put it is that we have 9 chargers for fleet vehicles spread out in 3 different locations. But if you want more information when it comes to our electric fleet, that would be from automotive, but I could request that information.
You request that as well as what the cost is for these vehicles, as well as the charging stations themselves that we would purchase for ourselves.
It would be up to 90% of the costs. So,
Well, what is the cost?
right. So, charging station generally you can say is anywhere between, or for level 2, which is charges around like a regular car would take around 6 hours to charge. That can range from, I would say, like $4,000 to $6,000. And then EVs are generally, I don't want to speak out of turn, but they could be around like 30,000. So I can.
How much?
30,000.
30,000 per vehicle. Yeah.
Generally speaking, but I don't know the procurement process for our automotive, so I can definitely find out more information there.
And we would buy our own charging stations. Is that correct?
Yes, this would be us purchasing the charging stations.
And we would do the installation ourselves, or we would hire somebody to?
We would be paying for the labor and the equipment. So they would install the chargers. And again, this is just so that we are able to maintain our electric fleet. It may, after talking with automotive, it may be determined that we won't put in an application for purchasing electric vehicles, but that's something that I can move forward with discussing with automotive.
You can provide me those numbers, that'd be great. The dollar amounts. So
And Councilman, we'll get you the number of the current electric vehicles we have. I believe they're Chevy Bolts is what we currently use. I think they were 2023s when they were purchased. So I'll get you the information for that too.
We don't have Teslas?
So Liz, I think the council has enough controversy on their hands.
All right, next one.
Very similar. So this is resolution 26-407, agenda number 1045. This is the resolution authorizing the city to apply and accept funds from the NJ Transportation Planning Authority Sub-Regional Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure Program for the replacement of outdated fleet charging infrastructure for Jersey City. So very similar.
Okay.
The purpose of applying for both of these opportunities is so that if one works out and the other doesn't work out, we still have ability to replace our electric vehicle charging infrastructure, knowing that if we don't have any charging for fleet vehicles for the city, we will inevitably face a crisis where we don't have vehicles for our city employees to use. So my intent is not to apply for and accept both of these grants. I think that we're going to apply and see which one comes back first or what is the best opportunity. But this is something that we are also exploring so that we're not leaving anything on the table.
Who will be installing these charging stations?
It would be the manufacturer vendor. We wouldn't be doing the installation ourselves.
Okay. And so they're getting paid by the grant, obviously.
Yes, and so while the other grant offered up to 90% the cost of the infrastructure, this is up to 80% of the cost of infrastructure.
Okay.
But in the event that we don't get the first grant and we still need to replace outdated infrastructure, this is an opportunity for us.
Okay, next one.
Resolution 26-408, agenda number 1046. Resolution authorizing the city to apply and accept grant funds from New Jersey Forest Service Urban and Community Forestry Program for the NJUCF Green Communities Grant. This would be an application for the amount up to $15,000 to conduct a partial tree inventory of our municipal trees in natural areas. Back in 2023, we conducted and completed the street tree inventory for the city, but this would be a way that we would be able to expand that inventory, and we would inventory not only the street trees, but also all of the parks and natural areas across Jersey City.
Questions? Okay, next one.
Resolution.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Could you just explain what the definition of natural areas is in terms of the inventory of trees?
It could be forested areas or it could be parks. So the purpose is that it's not kind of like an in-ground area. We have natural areas like Reservoir Park and other larger parks across Jersey City that would benefit from this if we were able to apply for and accept the funds, and we move forward with the complete inventorying of all of the parks in Jersey City.
Now, these are just city parks, correct? We're not going into county park, state park?
It is just city parks.
Okay.
Okay, next one.
And to clarify,
Wait, we got one more. Go ahead.
sorry, to clarify for both this and the electric vehicles, can you reiterate the plan for the match?
In the event that we do receive these grants, it would be added into our city budget, which would be the operating budget.
So, okay. So are we talking about the money coming from the grant match fund? Or is this coming from somewhere else?
There we go. So ultimately, the money is allocated through department level allocations, meaning like, for this instance, if the Department of Infrastructure wants to have money for these type of grants, they would put that in their budget, but the money would be housed in that grant matching fund, meaning that we account for it through your department because different departments have different requests and levels of requests, but all that money is contained in one account that can be accessed to pay for all the matches.
And so it's budgeted for already, technically?
Yes.
The matching grants, okay.
For this one particular, I can't speak for every single one, but this one particularly is budgeted for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one.
All right, thank you. Resolution 26-366, agenda number 10.4, a resolution recognizing and designating June 22nd through June 26th as Pollinator Week for 2026 in Jersey City.
Questions? 10.4. Okay, next one.
And then I have my one ordinance is 26-050, agenda number 3.2. It is its first reading. An ordinance amending Chapter 31, the Environmental Commission chapter, and establishing Article 2, Environmental Justice Task Force to enable the municipality to take further actions towards environmental justice.
Questions?
Yes, Director. Hi. So who's sponsoring this besides the department? Any council members?
3.2.
3.2? No? Okay. Would you be open to guaranteeing representation from residents of Jersey City's overburdened communities?
Yes, a part of this ordinance and a part of the creation of an environmental justice task force would be recognizing Jersey City as at large as an overburdened community, but also there are specific census blocks that also have that like further designation. So yes, I think that there is still it's a little bit malleable into how many residents we will be including in the task force. So I can't speak to to two specifics, but I think there's an element of wanting council representation or a designee, members of the public from different specific neighborhoods or maybe from like specific wards or all the wards. So I think that there's still an opportunity there.
I would just echo that because as we saw with the Van Kuren waste transfer issue, that term is a term of art that the DEP uses and that the applicant is trying to use to get the transfer station in a neighborhood doesn't belong. So I would just echo Brooks's comments.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, I mean, these are all great organizations, especially the ones that are part of Jersey City. They're the greatest. But Councilman. But yeah, just in terms of, letter N representative. Oh, okay. It says representatives apostrophe S from the general public. So that part is, there's potential for more than one.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
I have, I need to go back. What was the last item that you had?
The one before the ordinance? Yeah. Yeah, 10.4.
10.4,
Pollinator Week.
10.4 itself?
Yes, agenda number 10.4. Resolution 26-366.
Okay. No, I don't have any questions on that. So going back to the ordinance then, I just have to ask, any budget impacts with the creation of a environmental justice task force? What I mean by that is staff, who's going to staff this task force? How will that be handled?
Still underway of understanding who exactly would be a part of the task force, but no, there would be no additional obviously they would have staff members join from to represent different important departments and divisions of the city, but this is not going to be going to deliver any additional cost burden to the city.
And I would just like to say, in the community I grew up in and Councilman Gilmore, we do have an organization there who actually sued and got hundreds of millions of dollars of cleanup done on Garfield Avenue. I'm talking about Greco. And I think it's important to reach out to them as an organization and have someone represent as well.
Which organization was that?
Greco.
That would be
Garfield Randolph.
Garfield Randolph.
What is it again? Arlington. Carteret, Orient.
If you would be so kind as to put me into contact with them, I think that's
Absolutely.
amazing. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other
I'm
questions?
just looking at this. There was a lot on this agenda. So the Jersey City Together has been the most instrumental organization in addressing environmental justice in Jersey City, Bayfront and Canal Crossing, and they're not, doesn't look like they're on the list. I would encourage you to reach out to them and see if they want to be a part of this. A lot to offer them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a great suggestion. Thank you so much. Again, if you, I will do my best to get into contact with them.
Any other questions on 3.2? Okay, you have more, or that's the end of your list? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Diamond. Just gonna plug in. It's been a late night for all of us, including my laptop. Director Schofield, you want to go through the transportation item?
Good evening, Council President, members of council, Lindsay Schofield, Director of Transportation Planning. I'll start with the ordinance. We are proposing a first reading ordinance 26-55, which is agenda item number 3.7. This would be an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, amending Section 332-9, stop intersections to designate various intersections into multi-way stop intersections. So our on-call traffic engineering consultant completed the traffic studies for, actually it was a list of 18 locations, and of those 18, 8 were, did meet the warrants for all-way stop control. And so we seek to have these adopted into the municipal code and then installed later this construction season.
Questions? Okay, next one.
The next one I will do, I will pair these. They are related. So first is agenda number 10.38, resolution 26-400. So this is a resolution of the Municipal Council authorizing the acceptance and execution of a grant agreement amendment between the City of Jersey City and the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for additional funding to support ferry transportation services at the Port Liberté Ferry Terminal. This would be an additional $500,000 of grant funding to support the Port Liberté Ferry service for a total award of $4.5 million. Previously, the Department of Community Affairs had awarded us the $4 million to support the ferry. It is through a COVID relief funding source. The funding source does have to be spent by the end of 2026, and it has to be spent on programs that have already been authorized to receive the funding. And where this funding came from is that some programs throughout the state that had received this grant funding actually didn't spend their allocation. And so now they're looking for needs and programs that could spend that money by the end of the year. Without this grant funding, the ferry service is scheduled to be discontinued on July 2nd of this year. So it was a last minute ability of the DCA to actually provide this additional grant funding. The ferry service has grown since its support over the past couple of years. So ridership is actually been increasing. Each season, there's been a 33% increase in ridership, but the service is not self-sufficient. So that's why this funding would be used.
Okay, so a couple of questions. One, $4.5 million. How long will that sustain them?
So the 4.5 million was first authorized in 2023. So the ferry service has been operating for the past 3 years. And so this will just extend it, the 500,000 will extend it another 6 months essentially. The $4 million was also allocated to access improvements to the terminal. So that actually funded the south side expansion of the city bike stations, as well as some via trips to and from the ferry terminal to try to expand the market of people using the ferry.
Okay, and I, well, my last question, because you already answered, I was going to ask about like repairs and stuff like that. What, do you know what their annual expenses are?
So the ferry, we went into an RFP and it's essentially around 80,000 per month that that we're paying for the ferry. And there's also a fare that the customer pays. I believe it's something like $8 per trip. I can't remember the exact off the top of my head. So combination of the fares and the around 80,000, give or take how many days of the month there are for commuting days.
So the 80,000, that a month, that is part of the grant?
Correct, yes. This would 100% cover the cost of the ferry service.
What's going to happen when the funding expires? What's the plan?
So we're hoping that, continuing to give the ferry a chance to rebuild its ridership to the pre-pandemic levels will allow it to be self-sustaining again. Prior to receiving this grant funding, the ferry was operating on its own, just privately. At the current level, New York Waterway did share that they would not be able to, it's not self-sustaining, so essentially they would discontinue service. There's a possibility that there could be a smaller operator, there could be another private smaller operator that's able to potentially serve this market, but otherwise it would, at least at its current level of ridership, would cease to exist as a transportation service.
Have we reached out to Port Authority to see if they were interested?
I don't believe we've reached out to the Port Authority. I'm not sure I don't believe they have funding for that, but
Yeah, I can note my understanding and is that the Port Authority doesn't provide operational subsidy, but they do provide, capital subsidy and, for example, they own Brookfield Place in Manhattan where the ferries will utilize. So we haven't reached out, but, this will give us an opportunity to get through the end of the calendar year using the COVID funds, which will give us an opportunity just to find other options. It's also possible, we are hoping, although it's not confirmed, that if the Bayonne ferry service comes online, it may be able to be linked to this to create a commercially viable route. There's a lot of unknowns like that. So come December, when, the one thing that is clear is that the city's not going to be able to provide additional funds from the city for the service.
Right.
And that the COVID dollars will not be available to provide the subsidy either. So it's possible another funding source can be found, but I think as of now, our expectation is that New York Waterway would either find a new route, a new operator, and we can talk to the Port Authority as well.
Yeah.
Director,
And
sorry.
oh, no, I was just going to say maybe even a city bike. They might want to venture in a city boat.
Director, interestingly, there are more buildings there in Port Liberty and people have to work from office. Is there any specific reason why the ridership has not increased, just 33%?
I can speak at least to some of the work from home trends that are still persisting. It's something that we looked at in the master plan update, and there is a sizable percentage of the population that is still working from home, if not every day of the week, at least partially. And so we believe that that's still impacting particularly the ferries. The ferries are also a more expensive option in some cases. So depending on where the commutes are, if people have other options, I believe there's also a shuttle that's operated that brings folks to the PATH train. So I think a mixture of factors.
Can I ask you, is it a possibility that we can connect with the developers there because they are developing the area pretty fast? So do you feel that there is an opportunity to connect with them and to ask them if they'll be interested in investing something there?
Yeah, I think that is definitely an option. I believe in the past, the homeowners association wasn't willing to come to the table to fund the ferry service. So, there are certainly more opportunities with the additional development, but at this time, I think it would be ultimately be more of like a private to private kind of arrangement, I guess it would no longer be a city service. It would be a privately served operator, similar to before the pandemic.
Yeah, it's $16 a ride. It's $16 both sides. So of course, people don't want to pay that. Thank you so much.
So the ferry, does it just go to New York or does it make stops in Jersey City?
Right now, it's just going between Port Liberty and Pier 11.
11. The reason why I'm asking that is because Baltimore, Maryland, their ferry service stops at like key locations, like for instance, if we can, like if they're open to like going to like Exchange Place, who else has, Liberty State Park, like go down to our coast.
Yep.
Where people can get around and, you know, it's scenic, it would be cheaper than an Uber.
Yeah,
to get-
so the New York Waterway has been evaluating different options and trying to understand if that's a market that could help them continue to serve this community. They've been, serving this community for, I think, 20 or 30 years. So it's hard for them to say that, to turn away this,
Right.
this route as well. They were looking at Liberty Harbor, I think, as a stop. They were considering if people would make a transfer at Paulus Hook, things like that. And just based on their experience, the extra time it takes to then complete a trip, or people are very sensitive to transfers and kind of working out the schedule. So what they found is that it would not help reduce their costs or get it to a point where they could sustain the service, even with those additional stops. But this will, again, give them, more opportunity if any of these locations grows, if, like Director Kaplan was saying, if the Bayonne service, becomes an option, there might be some additional avenues, but right now those haven't been things that they've looked at as being viable at this moment.
Just to clarify, there are shuttle services from Port Liberty to Exchange Place or Paulus or Grove Point. So okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean shuttle buses?
Shuttle buses, right?
There are shuttle buses from Port Liberty. I don't know all the stops. Yeah, just the Grove Street path, I think.
Those are operated by either the Oliver Building or by the condominium association.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So instead of paying $8, they are using shuttle services.
That's also very possible. I mean, it's an unfortunate reality of our transportation network, but ferries are really the only mode that doesn't receive public subsidy directly at kind of a regional level, unlike the trains, the path, even vehicles, cars, we kind of, the government pays for roads. So ferries have a tough market, and they don't really have a clear person to write the check for their subsidy.
Yeah. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Director.
Anybody else?
Sorry, just one quick question. The money from the Rescue Plan Act, was this money that was allocated to Jersey City, or the state had it and we're applying directly to the state?
We're applying directly to the state.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, Councilman, the state had extra money that was unallocated statewide, so they're giving an additional $500,000 that was not previously awarded to Jersey City to expand an existing grant. So unfortunately, it's limited to existing grants, but it's an additional income that we wouldn't have otherwise had. And it's not an application, it's guaranteed if we accept it.
Thank you.
Next one.
All right, and so this is related. It's agenda item 10.60, resolution 26-422. So this would be a resolution authorizing an amendment to an agreement with Port Imperial Ferry Corporation doing business as New York Waterway regarding the operation of the Port Liberty ferry services. So we have a contract with New York Waterway. It has received one amendment in the past, and this would amend it to go through the end of the year, December 31st, 2026, and it would be increased by a not to exceed amount of $500,000.
Questions? Okay, next one.
Next are a number of grants that we are seeking to apply for and accept the funding if we are awarded them. The first is 10.37, resolution 26-399. This would be a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City to apply for and accept funding from the New Jersey Department of Transportation FY27 Municipal Aid Grant Program for Monticello Avenue. We have previously been awarded grant funding for Monticello Avenue. This would be another phase of funding because we weren't awarded the full amount that we applied for previously. So this would allow us to construct the entire corridor. It would include paving. It would include concrete hardening of the curb extensions and the pedestrian refuge islands that are right now in a quick build fashion on the corridor, as well as some streetscape improvements like trees and green infrastructure and things like that.
Give me that agenda number again.
That would be agenda 10.37.
Thank you. Now, I have a couple of questions with that, with Monticello. So with like the painting of the streets, what I noticed, if it was hardened, people would be crashing into the island. A bus wouldn't be able to come around because I mean, hopefully when things are done, like people will understand they can't park there. But right now, the way people are parking, I mean, it would be unavoidable.
Sure. So one
hit
thing that we would do with this grant is, well, separately, we would, outside of what we would get from the grant, we will have to do a design that would be a real engineering design for this sort of thing, where we can do things like a truck turning or a bus turning template. And what that is, it will show you what a bus or a truck needs in order to turn, to make the turn with the concrete curb extensions. So part of it will be doing that level of design that would provide the space that's needed. And if there are turns that might be difficult for, say, a fire truck or a bus to make, there's a design to make them mountable. So the curb would be designed so that the truck tires or the bus tires could actually mount a portion of the curb if needed. For example, like if there's someone blocking the travel lane and they needed to make that turn. The other thing is with quick build, because it can be run over, it does give us, like you're pointing out, we can see where those turns have been difficult and modify the design for where the concrete would go to be able to kind of accommodate that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so this is the entire length of Monticello?
This would be for the entire length from Communipaw to Orchard.
And can you provide an itemization of what the improvements are? And just to get on, and overdue, Andy, to reschedule our meeting to talk about all these improvements so I have a better sense of like.
Sure, we can certainly send some bullet list of what we're including in those applications. But generally speaking, it is things like paving or repaving, and then the concrete curb extensions, the street trees, things like that.
I'm assuming that the two ward councilmen, it spans Ward F and Ward B, they've been included. Can you speak to the community engagement on this SID and residents in the area?
Sure. So Monticello Avenue actually originated during the traffic calming toolkit that the city was undertaking in 2024. There was a demonstration project. So that involved the SID and community members, council members, and that was actually, some of the crossing guards came out, there were kids and business owners, and actually helped to paint the temporary designs on the street for the curb extensions. And then because it was so successful, there were some before-after measurements taken for traffic speeds before and after during that demonstration project. And the community really wanted us to use our on-call striping to implement what's there today. So then that's been in place. And now what we're doing is the next iteration is to harden that infrastructure, make it more permanent. And one thing that the SID and the community has really been asking for is, more of that, the streetscaping, the trees and benches and bus shelters, things like that, that will go along with this project. And then during the design phase, we also plan to have additional community outreach and community meetings if we are to be awarded well, actually, I will say, even if we aren't awarded this, we'll have those community meetings for the grant that we've already been awarded, but we're hoping that together, if we get both of these grants, it could be a larger, more impactful project.
And I know you said you'll send a bulleted list. Will that include dollar amounts with how you're being proposed in the budget or?
We may be able to share that level of detail. I will say for these, the construction estimates break things down into significant detail, like I'm trying to think, our engineering department puts together the estimates, but it will be like, you know, some like mobilization costs or very, very detailed line items, but I think we can provide that if we need to.
And Councilman, it's a little bit challenging because what we're trying to do is complete the capital stack for construction in order to make sure that we're advancing the design towards something that we can afford to build. And the design itself will define, you know, exactly how much concrete we need, depends on how big we make those concrete islands and how many we put in. And that design process will be informed by community engagement. So there's a number of variables to get like exact numbers. So when we do these estimates, we kind of do very high level orders of magnitude costs based on what we're in general trying to create and the length of roadway and number of intersections, things like that. So we can share with you what we have, but just to level set, it's pretty high level.
Sorry, any other questions?
Nope. You have another one?
All right. Our next one is 10.56. That's resolution 26-418. This would be authorizing us to apply for and accept funding from the New Jersey Department of Transportation for Safe Routes to Transit program for Congress Street. This would be Congress Street from Ogden to Webster. We would like to eventually get all the way to Central Avenue, but based on the amount that we can apply for each time, we expect that we would only be able to do that. So this first phase would only be between Ogden and Webster. This would be to make improvements to Congress Street, which is served by New Jersey Transit Route 119. It's also used by the 87. Both are very high ridership bus routes. It also provides access to the 9th Street Light Rail Station, an elevator to Hoboken. Some of the improvements that we're looking to fund with this grant would be concrete bus islands, curb extensions, updating the ADA compliant curb ramps, and some other safety improvements. And I'll just mention that we didn't include the intersection of Patterson Plank Road, which is with an intersection with the county road, and the county does have a grant for that intersection. And we would be applying for about $1 million for this award.
Questions?
Yes, I'm curious about the coordination with the county. Should we be awarded this? What kind of partnership could we have in building out this to be like kind of contiguous improvement?
Great question. We do have, I believe it's now a monthly meeting with the county, with the engineering division in the county, where we go over each projects that each entity is advancing through design and construction. So we would have that opportunity to directly coordinate on some of our projects. And that's something that we've been doing even with the local safety program. So a lot of times they'll have a project that runs north-south next to one of our north-south projects, and we'll share data and share traffic impacts and projections and things like that. So we would plan to coordinate closely with them.
And they've already been awarded this grant, is that correct?
The county was awarded their grant, but we have, we're going to be applying for this grant, and then it is competitive, so we're not guaranteed to get it, but hopefully we're hoping that we would be.
Is there a timeline for when we should expect to, if we pass this, should expect to hear back about the stages of the application process?
Sure. The expected, so the applications are due on July 1st. We would expect to hear back in like November, December of this year about whether we are awarded any of these grants. And then each of them then has a 2-year deadline to award the construction contract for that project.
And this is also
not requiring any match.
It does not require a match, but the city would incur costs associated with the design and also the construction inspection of the grant, which we usually design is in the 5 to 10% range of the cost, and construction inspection, I think, in the 10 to 15% of the cost. So we would use our professional services contracts to cover those expenses that would go along with being able to use the capital dollars.
I'm sorry, can I jump in? 5 to 10%, is that, what does that come to? And then 10 to 15?
So in this case, it would be about 250,000 in total, considering both the design and the construction inspection. Our current estimate is around 250,000.
And just one thing to clarify, that the matching funds for a specific improvement project like this are eligible for capital. So these generally would be part of future capital bonds or conversations. We put the request in. We have this grant. Can we get the additional money for construction inspection out of capital, because it is a capital improvement item it's supporting.
But the 1 million can't, I mean, just legally by the application can't go toward that design or that construction inspection?
This grant program would allow, if we wanted to, we could spend, I believe, 5% of the funds towards design and 15% towards construction inspection, but it just comes out of the amount that we can then actually construct. So that was the thought there, was to maximize on the construction capital costs and then cover the soft cost through city resources.
Okay. And how much would you expect we would need if we were to try and extend this all the way to Central Avenue?
We believe it would be another $1 million in capital funding to get to Central Avenue.
Okay. Yeah, certainly would want to work closely together and get community meetings off the ground and build support for Good Safe Streets project.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
coordinating with the county because we get a lot of complaints about Patterson Plank and right outside the light rail stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've been certainly receiving a number of complaints over the years about Congress Street and, some opportunities potentially for safer crossings. And I know Ogden has come up. So yeah, there's definitely a need that we see for improvements on this corridor.
Thank you.
And just to add, the county's project has been awarded and is already moving through design. So it's going to be well ahead of our project. So encourage you or anyone interested in their project. I can share offline. They have a project website and are looking for community input.
Yeah, would you please share that information with my office director? Thank you.
Okay.
What's the grant application deadline?
It would be July 1st of this year.
You have more items?
I do. The next one is 10.58, Resolution 26-420. This would be to apply for and accept funding from the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Bikeways Grant Program for Phillips Street and Burma Road. We were also already awarded about $1 million through this program for this same corridor. Again, it was not enough money to do the full design that we're looking to do. This would provide right now it's planned to be an on-street shared use bicycle and pedestrian pathway. And that would be a connection between the protected bike lanes on Keaton Point Avenue, and it would connect to Jersey Avenue. This would be the interim route for the Morris Canal Greenway, which would probably not be extended and completed for quite a lot more time. So it would connect ultimately to Linden Avenue, where the Morris Canal Greenway is going to be brought to in an upcoming project.
Question, because you said a shared bike and pedestrian pathway. So we're not actually building out sidewalks?
I don't believe this amount of funding will allow us to build out sidewalks. There are some sidewalks being built out along with the new development closer to Jersey City Boulevard. the shared use path would be created at a width that's wide enough that you could have shared space, and it's, at least for now, the volumes of people that we anticipate using it would be appropriate for the shared use path.
Match.
This one is similar where there's no match required, but we would need to spend our own city dollars for the design and construction inspection.
$1 million.
It would be 400,000, something. That's our estimate right now. I should also mention part of the design has been completed by New Jersey DEP. They had a consultant that was actually looking at access improvements to the park and created a longer term plan that would have the sidewalks. It would have new, actually it was proposing roundabouts at some of the intersections and reconfiguring of the roundabout at Burma Road and Bayview. So they have done some of the design work. So we may actually be able to take some of that and have a lower design cost for this project.
Can you send whatever designs you have for this application circulated to the council?
Yes, I can circulate for all of these grants. I can put that together and send that around.
Thank you. And you have another?
One more. So the final one is 10.47, Resolution 26-409. So this is to apply for and accept funding from the New Jersey Department of Transportation Transit Village Program for Newark Avenue. This would be Newark Avenue between Oakland and Palisade. Projects need to be selected within our designated transit village, which is Journal Square. So that is where we're looking at for projects in this category. This would involve also concrete bus islands and curb extensions, high visibility crosswalk improvements. We believe this corridor would be suitable for the RRFBs, those flashing pedestrian lights, and some other streetscape improvements to improve safe pedestrian access between the Journal Square Transportation Center, Dickinson High School, the courthouse, and various shops. We would be applying for $650,000 for those improvements. And again, this is a project where we could extend those improvements further in the future if we were to identify additional funding.
Questions?
Match.
No match for this, but we estimate something like $160,000 for design and construction inspection.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Council President, I have just two more items for Department of Infrastructure on behalf of Director Weller. The first is Resolution 26414, item 10.52. And that is a contract to retain an engineer for repair of the Riverview retaining wall. This retaining wall has had deteriorating conditions over a number of years, and we're looking to award the contract after a bid to Boswell Engineering for professional services to do structural inspection and historic preservation that will evaluate the design, develop construction documents in accordance with the historic requirements, and allow us to advance the public bidding, permitting, and construction of the work needed to ensure the structural integrity, safety, and aesthetic renovations of the retaining wall. Capital funding has previously been allocated for this project and is available for construction once this design is completed. So this is already kind of budgeted. This is just to award the contract.
Director, you had a busy 2 weeks. I know you're short-staffed or understaffed, so thank you for all the grants and work you've been doing in your department, all the directors.
Question on this, really glad to see this make it to our council agenda. It's been a long time coming for review, so I appreciate it. My understanding is that sidewalk repairs of the walkway that abut the retaining wall, that they can't be completed or even started until the retaining wall itself is completed. Is that the case? Because I'm curious the timeline for also getting that walkway repaired.
I'd have to get back to you. Director Weller has been more hands-on with this project, but I would suspect that if the retaining wall is not sturdy, it would not be appropriate to do kind of the surface work. So I'd have to confirm that. And I could also confirm if that repair of the sidewalk is part of the scope of this project or would be a follow-up.
Yeah, that would be great, please. Thank you.
Totally.
Is, you said this is capital dollars?
Correct. This was a previous capital allocation.
I don't know if there are multiple capital accounts to the BA. Are that the case, or is it's all just one big capital?
There are multiple accounts. So when we bond for capital, we have to identify generally what project we're using it for, or a list of projects, whether it be like a building or a specific building or something to that effect. And then the money gets put in an account with that ordinance and with those details.
Can I get the balances on this account and how it's budget, what else it's budgeted for? And ultimately, I want for all the capital accounts, but as we go into the budget cycle.
Yep, we have your request from last council meeting. We're trying to get all the numbers together and all the ordinances associated with them. So once it's compiled, I'll have everything for you. For this one, we can definitely get it to you before Wednesday.
Thanks.
Right, Director, you have another one?
All right, last one, I promise. We've been busy these last couple of weeks. The last contract is Resolution 26410, our agenda item 10.48. This is to award a professional services contract to FC3 for Bayside Park. The professional services, this contract would advance a prior grant that was received by the city that needs to be completely spent by the end of the calendar year within Bayside Park. It was a Jersey City Community Recreation Center project. It was initiated under the prior administration using DCA funds to advance a long-term vision for recreational, educational, wellness, and community programming opportunities within the city's underserved southern neighborhoods, specifically in Bayside Park. The grant is being utilized for initial project efforts focused really on the development of a master plan concept and community engagement, really for the future community recreation center facility. It would also be responding to immediate concerns and requests for shorter term improvements at Bayside Park. As we noted, we have the money from this prior grant, but it needs to be fully spent by the end of the calendar year. So the specific activities that FC3 would be asked to complete, this was started previously using different funds. They would be asked to complete the master plan and community meetings, public engagement, and advance the pending design, a concept through design development. FC3 told us that they're confident they can accomplish the design development by the end of the calendar year, which is what the grant requires. Again, this would be just for issuing a contract. The grant was previously awarded.
Questions?
Any match involved?
So this grant was previously awarded. I don't know if it required a match, but I know right now the concern is that if we don't spend the funds by the end of the calendar years, these are COVID dollars, I believe, so then it would be returned or lost.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a match, if we could just confirm that.
I'd have to get back to you on that one. Director Weller is not here tonight, but I don't believe COVID dollars require a match, but
I don't believe there's a match. I don't want to speak out of term, but can we just confirm that information for the councilman?
We can confirm that.
Okay.
Peter, do you know if there's a match?
They will get you that information offline. Any more, Director Kaplan? We have a few more presentations, council.
That's all we have. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. All right, that is all I have for directors this evening, but I'm going to defer to 10.28 and EA Peter, if you would do a brief overview of 10.28. I think we have some representation here for 10.28 if the council has any in-depth questions.
Sure. So this is not my area of expertise, so I might need the law department to jump in if I get anything wrong. But generally, this is a letter of support. They do this for certain loans and applications from the state, where in order to apply for funding for HMFA or other kind of funding sources in the state for affordable housing, they have to get a letter of support from the council. It doesn't necessarily bind us to anything specific, but they get that allows them to apply for the state aid would eventually factor into their financing, which will allow them to have the application and everything built afterwards. But I'll defer to the attorney who can probably give more specifics than I can.
Evening, City Council President. I am not the attorney, but
You can pick the microphone up to your.
Pick the microphone up a little.
it's better.
Yes.
Ready. Good evening, City Council President. My name is Max Ritchie. I am a project manager at LMXD. We are the developer for a project on South Cove in the Liberty Harbor North area. And what I'd like to discuss for your consideration tonight is Resolution 26-390. And so this resolution of need is for a sign off for NJ HMFA and NJ EDA applications. So these applications are due by July 1st. And our development that we're proposing is 23 stories, approximately 230 units, 20% of which will be affordable. So that is exceeding the IZO requirement as per Jersey City Code. So 20% of units will be affordable, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, leaning very heavily towards family style units for them. And so the resolution of need that we are requesting here simply states that without the subsidies from the state level, we would not be able to progress with this project. And it meets, exceeds, advances whatever the local municipalities' affordable housing goals are. So the draft resolution that we have sent to City Council President's office lays all that out, and there is no further commitment on behalf of the city from there.
Questions?
So, I mean, I met with the developers. My only concern was just the fact of the timing. I typically don't oblige to anything that, I feel like is rushed. But in light of this just being somewhat of a due diligence, just stating that the project wouldn't be able to be constructed without the subsidies from the state and things like that. I have agreed to give my support to this. So, I mean, that's my.
Good evening. What are the AMIs for the affordable housing?
We have programmed 18 units at 60% AMI and 28 units at 50% AMI currently. And if I may speak to, oops, sorry.
60 and 50, you said, correct?
Correct.
60 and 50 AMI. What's the actual amount?
That's kind of high.
18 at 60% and 28 at 50%, you said?
Correct.
Would you plan on returning to the city to request any tax payment from the city upon getting Aspire?
It's something, certainly something that we would consider, and we're happy to have those conversations. And if I may address Councilman Gilmore's point about, feeling rushed through this process, we certainly do apologize. We have tried to book this meeting as soon as we received guidance from NJ HMFA and NJ EDA of this July 1st deadline. Certainly not how we like to work, and we appreciate your consideration through this process. Want to be more forthright and certainly go through the proper channels with adequate time to review everything that we propose.
So, a point of clarification, I think, in order for projects to receive Aspire funding, they are required to have a tax abatement, right? They are required to have a tax abatement in place to receive Aspire funding. So the answer would be yes, you would be coming back?
Yeah, potentially.
Aspire funding requires a tax abatement.
I believe
Yes.
so.
Oh, the attorney, you want to say something? You see, have his hand raised.
Thank you for recognizing me. My name is Gene Paolino from Genova Burns. This is a resolution of need. It doesn't require you to do anything except indicate to the state that Jersey City is a city that requires affordable housing. That's the need that's requested, right? You're not required to commit any funds. You're not required to do anything. It is an eligibility requirement to obtain for the application. And incidentally, the application is for both LIHTC, the Low Income Housing NJMFHA program, and the Aspire program. Both of those programs should be part of this resolution. And that's it. It's really a check the box, obtain the municipality's support. Does the municipality support affordable housing? And I know this council well enough to think that you do. And that's the only request that's made. The urgency was that we were notified relatively late, I think. At least I was notified relatively late that the target date is July 1. If you don't make that July 1 date, you're into 27. And that puts everybody back about 6 months.
Yes, and just as it relates to the councilwoman's concern, I believe expire does trigger, comes with the abatement, but ultimately that decision will reside with the council. I don't think necessarily one has to do with the other. They can essentially get the, I guess, the go-ahead to go to the state to start the process. And then from a legislator perspective on the council, we can look at, whatever the further request is as it relates to the pilot, the terms, and things like that.
That's correct.
Thank you for the explanation. So if you were to come to us later for a tax abatement, passing this resolution would not necessarily require that we approve it.
Absolutely
We could still
not.
review the entire project. Corporation Counsel, is that also your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
For a pilot, we would need to file a complete application, the normal, go through the normal procedure. We can't just simply ask for a resolution.
Yeah, I would add to the council, just for your consideration, all the things we discussed, like the AMI, all the agreements, they're all subject to discussion going forward. So this is the kind of first step to make sure the project moves forward. But all those finer details that I'm sure the council can be very concerned about are always subject to negotiation and tweaking as the project goes forward.
Are you designated redeveloper?
We are not at that stage yet, where this is really embryonic. This is really right at the very beginning, getting the funding in place. And one of the issues that is there is whether you get Aspire funding and LIHTC funding.
Thank you. Okay, let me go back to the top of my.
Can I ask one more? Do you have site control? Do you own the property?
Okay. So, I'm sorry, not Sean. John, take it from the top.
Very well.
And on 3.4 and 3.5, I believe Councilwoman Singh would like her staff to represent her.
Thank you, Council President, and I have Isabel
second.
Ventimia.
1 second, Councilwoman. Let's just do 3.3 so we can knock it out the way, and then we'll do 4 and 5. Just
I'll make the introduction again.
Okay, very well. So as far as our first reading ordinances, item 3.1 and 3.2 were already discussed. Item 3.3, ordinance 26-051, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter 160, fees and charges, with any associated chapters for fees.
questions.
Yes. The mayor, appreciate him and the finance director coming and making the presentation. One thing, just to reflect what I'm hearing from constituents is a feeling of unfairness with the tax increase. And I wanted to ask, in this ordinance, are there fee increases that apply specifically to real estate developers or other corporate entities?
So kind of lay the groundwork here. Fees in general for the city are not a revenue source in the sense that We don't use them to generate revenue, right? They do generate revenue because they're there to cover the cost of administering the service associated with the fee. You know, whether it be licensing, permitting, inspections, whatever it might be. There are fees that are provided to developers and development in the city, you know, big, small, et cetera. They're in our construction code, which is part of this. So those will be tweaked as part of this. And again, it's done to make sure, as you know, in Jersey City with a lot of demand for construction, we want to make sure that our fees are comparable to cities around us and that they reflect the cost of the administration to manage those programs and manage the requests, you know, from everything for the construction projects.
So thank you, Peter. Would it be accurate to say that the fees that are on the books now are not comparable to other municipalities?
Generally speaking, immediately to us, comparing us to like Newark, I think was one of the ones we looked at, Patterson. No, they're currently non-comparable.
Okay, thank you. Then it sounded like I was done, but I wasn't. Just wanted to flag the marriage license, birth and death certificate fee increases. Those are doubling.
Yeah, so to add to it, a lot of these fees have not been reviewed in a decade or more. Some have, you know, we've periodically reviewed the fees from around 2013 to present, but a lot of these, or I would say most of these, have not been revisited, you know, since like 2007 or before. So this is really an effort just to say, you know, based on the administrative cost of providing these, the time it takes employees, materials involved in it, are we losing money on them, or are we at least, you know, breaking even on them? So in this case, with the marriage certificate and death fees, we're still below, I believe, the state, which I think is $28. So, you know, not significantly low, but we are lower. And the intent there is to just make sure that we're not incurring additional costs to the city and putting more on the taxpayers.
Are there any potential exemptions or exceptions for low-income residents?
I believe there may be based on the clerk. I think it's at their discretion. I don't know if there's anything built into the code specifically, but I believe the clerk does have some degree of discretion for those things.
Okay, thank you.
If you're interested in knowing, we do often waive fees when people in homeless shelters, the state statute authorizes us to waive fees when they apply for birth certificates. They have to make an application through a case manager.
Thank you, John.
Understanding that these are not intended or not designed to be revenue raisers, and is that right that legally we cannot structure fees to primarily be revenue raisers?
That's correct. The only lawful revenue generation for the city is through taxes, which need to be expressly authorized by the state. Otherwise, any fees are just designed to cover the costs of administering any programs or services that the city provides.
Thank you. And then just on page 45 of the the document explaining all the fee increases, I think it's DD regarding code 260 around rent control. I'm glad to see some increased fees around registration for filings of housing spaces for landlords with dwellings 5 or more units. Those rent controlled units under 260. I think this is good. I'm just wondering, we've heard really explicitly from landlord tenant office that there are incredible administrative hurdles and they are woefully under-resourced. I'm wondering if we can even push these fees higher than the $20 per housing space, or the $250 for housing space for capital improvement filing. There's a number of these that I'm just wondering if they can be stretched even further to make sure that we actually have the administrative strength to be able to enforce our rent control laws.
Yeah, I can confer with the department director of HEDC for this. A lot of these fees have come either through our own reviews or through coordination with the department directors based on their recommendations. So I'll confer with her specifically. I believe this is comparable what Newark is currently charging. So it's not that we can't go above that, but we just want to make sure that, you know, we're using those fees to support the staff and everyone else that we use to administer this. So if we're intending to hire more staff, it may be warranted, but I want her to do that analysis before I, respond specifically.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see any analysis if we can get that, especially before Wednesday, before we have to vote.
And this doesn't preclude us from potentially reevaluating in the future too. So, you know, Obviously, we can try to get your answer by Wednesday. If there's any issue or we find out we could go, higher at a later time, we're always amenable to bring those back to the council for any adjustments.
Thank you. What about parking permit fees? So I know it's for processing the information or the documents, but $25 per car seems a little low given the dearth of parking on our streets.
That one was raised just recently, last year, I believe. We're currently evaluating that with the infrastructure department, but given how recently we raised it, we just want to make sure that it's fully being utilized, to the administrative levels that we have. It is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman, I think $25 for the first car, and then gradually increases depending on how many vehicles you would have in the household.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe even up that because Jersey City many years ago, if it's one car per household or two is not what we see anymore.
Yep, understood.
And Peter, while you're standing, there are euthanasia fees for the shelter. I believe we're a no-kill shelter. You could probably excise those fees from the ordinance.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why they're in there. It may be because, we are a no-kill shelter, but there are certain charges if that the animal is, beyond assistance. They have to do, unfortunately, some euthanasia in those regards. That's probably what it's applicable to, but I can get that confirmation for you.
Yeah, I can confirm when we went to the animal shelter, I think it was like, it has a very, very low euthanasia rate, but yeah, like Mr. Horton said, in some cases when the animal arrives in very bad condition.
Yeah, just want to make sure that we're.
It's very sad, but yeah.
Is there a summary document of fees that were changed rather than having to scroll through?
Yeah, I can provide it to you. I have a memo I can share with the council about kind of our approach for evaluating the fees. And I can give you a summary of, it's a pretty long spreadsheet, but it'll flush out exactly what we're doing.
Share it with me too.
Any other questions? Okay, next one.
Item 3.4, ordinance 26-052, an ordinance amending chapter 122, section 4 regarding the required bonds for special event permits.
And let me tell you, Isabel Ventimia has worked on this, so please feel free to ask questions.
3.4, any questions?
Can you explain what's going on here?
Yes. All right, just 1 second. Yeah, chapter 122. So the purpose of this change is to ensure accountability for event organizers, protect public property, encourage community engagement, and ensure that city resources are being used responsibly while continuing to support events that contribute positively to our city. Our office has enacted a progressive bond schedule, which aims to make sure that compliance with permit requirements and that we protect public infrastructure. While we recognize that most event organizers follow the rules and leave event spaces clean and undamaged, we must also hold event organizers that repeatedly fail to clean up after events or cause damage to city property. These costs are ultimately borne by our taxpayers. And so the progressive bond schedule rewards responsible organizers while also creating consequences for repeat violations. And we believe our constituents deserve responsible event organizers.
So aren't event organizers required to carry insurance for any event they have?
So any event, I've been doing event for 15 years. I can write a book at this point. So any organizer in Jersey City, what happens, they ask event organizer to work with non-profit. So non-profit generally have insurance. That's when you can hold the event at the public parks. Now, we want to encourage more events in the city, but we also want to make sure that event organizers who are not cleaning up after the event that they are supposed to in the application, they are writing that they'll be cleaning after the event, but then some don't because majority of the time there are no consequences. So yes, liability insurance is mandatory.
So Councilwoman, you're very generous with this first violation warning.
Right.
But given the lack of our resources in our departments, I wouldn't give any warning. I mean, the fact for our, and this is a great ordinance. I'm not knocking, I'm just saying, suggesting that for our city employees to track how many times an event organizer has damaged city property seems a bit onerous. I would say first violate any violation they're required pursuant to their own insurance to remedy the issue and pay our city workers for their time.
Thank you, Councilman. I think absolutely we can consider this. So maybe no warning and
Or,
bond will be taken.
no, go ahead, finish, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, Councilman.
No, I was gonna say, organizers, when you have block parties and things like that, the city wants you to hire, off-duty cops, right?
Not all the events are required to hire off-duty.
Right, but it's a requirement for the larger ones and many. And, maybe that should be something, put in as far as hiring DPW, right? The same way they hire cops, like for larger events, you hire DPW. And, it's already there. That's built-in accountability.
Thank you. We can definitely think about the next one. This one also DPW cost a lot. So I think this is a good starting point. Eventually we'll think about other things too, but thank you for the suggestion.
Who's in charge of ensuring compliance with the permit?
As it works right now, it's a mixture of cultural affairs and neighborhood associations, including park associations, SIDs, community members that report to the Office of Cultural Affairs. The Office of Cultural Affairs then reports to the Office of Commerce that collects the $1,000 cash bond.
Who determines there's a violation?
Oh, city staff. So generally, after the event is done, if they don't clean up or they damage the property, city will get to know because city employees generally go and check.
Is that a DPW employee? Is that a cultural affairs employee?
Yeah, so DPW employees and employees of cultural
Gotcha.
affairs. They both work together to determine whether or not they have violated any rules or regulations. And then they let the Office of Commerce, Department of Commerce know because they're the ones that hold the fee.
So the Department of Commerce would issue a violation?
Department of Commerce, the bond money, $1,000 is to commerce. It goes to Department of Commerce. So if there is a violation, the Commerce Department would not be refunding the bond money, that is $1,000.
Just wondering who issues the ticket to tell somebody you're in violation of the
So there's
special permit?
There's no ticket, Councilman. So the Department of Cultural Affairs is responsible when they receive reports of something going wrong. They decide whether or not something has gone wrong. If something has gone wrong, they tell the Department of Commerce to hold the bond. So every event has a $1,000 cash bond that resides with Commerce for the duration of the event.
Cultural Affair makes this determination if they have not done what they were supposed to do.
Okay. Cultural Affairs is aware of, like, and they're gonna,
Yes, Isabel has worked closely with Culture Affairs.
my thing is just a theme tonight for me, which is are we hiring more people to do this, to ensure this happens or not? Or is that, we already have the infrastructure or
This is a valid concern, but Culture Affairs anyways take care of this. So they are not hiring someone extra or extra hours. And we can recheck with them and we can get back to you.
Yeah. To my understanding, there's already a mechanism in place to ensure that if any rules or regulations were violated, the Office of Cultural Affairs would be made aware. Because a lot of the times when events do happen in our parks, for example, the Park Association will also go through the event and let the Office of Cultural Affairs know.
And neighborhood association.
And neighborhood associations, yes.
They let Culture Affair know that, the organizer did not clean after the event.
Yeah, or violated any rules.
Yeah, violated any rule.
So sorry, thank you for your work on it. It's a great presentation. Could you do me a favor and find out for me what the mechanism is in place already to do that? and what the enforcement is, and if someone's challenging the fact that cultural affairs is, frankly, Councilman Gilmore.
You are not getting any credit, Councilman Gilmore.
You can tell me offline, so I'm curious as to the enforcement mechanism.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And then can we also confirm, because I think the bond is only done when you're closing like a street, correct? I don't
No,
think it's done for parking.
you have to, every single event you do, you have to deposit $1,000 to Commerce.
Okay, let's,
Even if this event is happening in the park, you're not closing the street, but you give $1,000.
okay, let's confirm that.
Okay.
And then also, if the $1,000 is there, and there is damage, then we should be keeping that money or keeping the portion of the money for the repairs. So wouldn't that constitute kind of the first violation? Would be us using some of that money? And then,
Yeah, so the first violation is still, as it is written now, if somebody has violated any rules or regulations and requires cleanup, that's taken out from the $1,000 bond. Because the $1,000 bond is meant to be refundable, as well as the subsequent funds that we have for second strike, third strike. They're all meant to be refundable, only kept in accordance to any damage that is made. So as it is right now, with the first violation we have, it would constitute a first strike in addition to the collection of the bond, because right now, the collection of the bond already exists.
The idea is to enforce that you have to do what you are supposed to do. Cleaning up after the event. That has not been happening by few organizers.
And so what happens if, because if it's large and it's some, if damage is done to property, right? And it's more than $1,000.
That's interesting, actually. We made major concern was not cleaning up and violating a few things. Damage, as of now, Culture Fair is just taking $1,000 from Commerce is taking $1,000. You have to run through permit and all of that. And then liability insurance city is required, obviously, to do the event. But violation as per, they are not, as per say violation, they are not strict about this as of now. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
all right,
Good.
next one.
Item 3.5, ordinance 26-053, an ordinance amending chapter 160, section I, regarding reduced license fees for nonprofit organizations.
Want to explain this one?
Yes. So as it currently stands right now, nonprofit organizations that have events in the city receive a reduced permit fee because of their charitable and community serving mission. The informational table requirement helps ensure that organizations receiving this benefit engage directly with the community, letting them know about their mission, services, programs, volunteer opportunities, and community impact. We want to make sure that these nonprofit organizations are exposed to the community, as they are the ones that are hosting the event in the community. So the point, the point of this change to have an informational table is just to make sure that the nonprofit has the exposure to Jersey City residents, and that Jersey City residents can learn a little bit more about the nonprofit partner.
Questions?
Just to clarify, the idea is non-profit who are sponsoring the event for any event organizer, they are also getting the exposure so they can participate at the event. They can have table at the event to connect with the community. So as it is, they are the sponsors of the event, but we want to make sure that they are also getting exposure, but also we want to make sure that they are located in Jersey City. It's all about prioritizing Jersey City-based nonprofits, right, Isabel?
Yeah, and we also want to make sure that the nonprofit that is hosting in the city is connected to the community and we make sure that, the events that they have, any future events that they're willing to have, that they get community input and support from the community as a point of these events. And also the reduced fee is to ultimately help the greater community.
How do you enforce that?
So it would,
So if there's an event and we say, hey, you got this reduced fee, but you don't have a table here highlighting yourself. What's the next step?
So what, do you want to answer that?
yes. It would be similar to how we currently have the structure for nonprofits that leave debris behind or anything like that. The current structure we have is relying on our neighborhood associations, our park associations, the Office of Community Affairs, and other community members to let the Office of Community Affairs know what is going on. When talking to other community partners, when drafting this ordinance change, they were very eager to work alongside the Office of Community Affairs. So the structure that we would have to ensure that they have this informational table would heavily rely on community support, such as individual community members and neighborhood associations, park associations, and the Office of Cultural Affairs.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Isabel, you did a good job.
Agenda item 3.6, ordinance 26-054, an ordinance repealing chapter 304 taxation, article 10 medical cannabis transfer tax in its entirety.
Questions?
Can I chime in here and offer a little context because I think that the ordinance title is insufficiently explanatory. So in a council meeting, I want to say a month and a half ago, Councilperson Navarro asked the question whether it would be possible for the city to take any cannabis taxes that it's currently exacting and putting in funds for dedicated purposes and transfer those taxes into the general fund. We looked into it and we determined not only can the city do it, but it really should. Because as a general rule, any revenue that comes into the city should go into the general operating fund and be appropriated through the normal budget process. The only exception is where there's a specific state statute that says you can use this type of money for this limited specific purpose. So we took a look at the state statutes that authorize the two forms of cannabis taxes that the city currently collects, the recreational tax and the medical tax. And nowhere in that state statute was using those funds for a specific dedicated purpose separate and apart from the operating fund authorized. So what this ordinance does is it consolidates the two portions of the city code that used to separately assess recreational and medical cannabis taxes, and it makes them one nice, holistic, streamlined portion of the code. It operationalizes what should be the baseline rule that these taxes go into the operating fund and should be appropriated through the normal budget process. And it also makes some small, slight tweaks, both to comply with the statutory framework and to increase the city's enforcement capacity. So under the statutory framework, the city is permitted to assess not only taxes that have not been paid to date, but also specific interest. And so we're now incorporating into our code the ability to go after interest when it's owed to the city for unpaid taxes. So those are the major changes here. Happy to answer any questions. And thanks to Councilperson Navarro for bringing this to our attention and working with us on these amendments.
Questions?
If I can just add one more thing, there are $1.3 million in cannabis tax revenues that are sitting in our account. You said 4 million is 1%, so it's 0.25% back into our budget. So.
Okay, next one, John.
Okay, items 3.7 and 3.8 were already discussed. Moving on to our second reading ordinances. Agenda item 4.1, ordinance 26-033, an ordinance to exceed the calendar year 2026 municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-45.14. Agenda item 4.2, ordinance 26-034, an ordinance amending chapter 3, administration of government, article 10, Department of Housing, Economic Development and Commerce, Section 3-82.3, Community Service Block Grant Board, increasing board membership and revising powers. Agenda item 4.3, ordinance 26-035, an ordinance amending chapter 23, municipal court, section 23-7, judges' salaries, vacation leave, and other benefits.
Sorry, if I could just, if you just say for the record, I've had inquiries with new interest in our budget, with all of the interest in our budget. People are asking me whether judges' salaries are being increased.
No, not at all. This is purely a compliance measure. For quite some time, as determined by the assignment judge, municipal judges should receive a $300 stipend whenever they do additional work above and beyond their, I won't say 9 to 5 because it's more than a 9 to 5 job, but beyond their general responsibilities in order to cover for another judge who is absent or just to increase the court's capacity. By state statute, municipal judges' compensation is supposed to be fixed by ordinance. Those stipends were never incorporated into our municipal code, so we are doing that now. But that's just reflecting longstanding process. It's not increasing anyone's compensation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Agenda item 4.4, ordinance 26-036, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter 73, Women's Advisory Board of the City of Jersey City.
I'm just going to be consistent here, which is with these amendments, how are we staffing? And is there any additional staffing that comes with Women's Advisory Board?
No, those are appointments.
No?
Those are appointments.
I mean, in terms of staffing the board itself, or?
No, the increasing amount of appointments, there's no cost to the city for doing any of this, outside of, employees of the city who provide information and feedback to the board, but it's part of their regular duties, so there's no additional cost.
Okay, John.
Agenda item 4.5 was already discussed. Agenda item 4.6, ordinance 26-038, an ordinance of the Jersey City Municipal Council supplementing Chapter 90, Animals, Article 3, Dogs and Other Animals, establishing a ban on breeding and sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits.
Councilwoman. We already discussed this, but for the record, as I said, given our budget situation, our minds want to know if there's going to be an additional staffing requirements with this ordinance should pass.
No additional staffing requirements will be needed. Either the animal control officer or the police officer responding to the call would be able to issue a summons in the case of a violation. And we already employ animal control officers and police officers. I don't anticipate any additional staffing needs as a result of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4.7, ordinance 26-039, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter A350, Rules of Order of the Jersey City Code to establish the 12th day prior to caucus meetings as the deadline for the distribution of the Municipal Council meeting agenda.
Say for the record, no additional staffing is required. Anyone have questions?
Is there a match, Councilman?
I was going to ask it, so.
Any questions, anyone? Still? No. Is there no match? The only matches is our integrity to now.
Agenda item 4.8, ordinance
Hold
26.
on, John, I'm sorry, I do have a question. So I guess this would be for you, Council President, and the administration. So when this is passed, when will we receive our next agenda? Will we see it next week?
No, this will go in effect in September.
September.
Correct.
2 meetings, one in July, one in August.
And then September, boom. Okay.
It's a new process.
Just a quick FYI to the council, although I'm pretty sure you know, or as the councilman said, July, we only have 1 meeting. Same thing for August. That's kind of our reset period to kind of make sure we can comport to the new deadlines for everything. And then as the councilman indicated, September, we're back to normal, and that's when you have the agenda according to the schedule.
If you wanted to test run it and get the agenda out 6 days in advance before for July and August, that'd be great.
Yeah, to see how it works. Yeah, let's see how it works.
Next one, John.
All right. Agenda item 4.8, ordinance 26-040, an ordinance of the city of Jersey City in the county of Hudson, New Jersey, approving the contribution of a portion of annual service charges paid to the city of Jersey City pursuant to financial agreements entered into by the city of Jersey City into the city's education infrastructure capital account. Agenda item 4.9, ordinance 26-041, an ordinance authorizing the making of various public improvements and acquisition in, by, and for the city, appropriating therefore the sum of $9,598,590 and providing that such sum so appropriated shall be raised from the capital fund balance of the city.
So the record's still waiting on an answer, how much money is in our capital fund balance for the city? If anyone can give me that response, I'd appreciate it.
Agenda item
Sorry,
4.
John, before I mistook the previous ordinance. I just want to say for the record for ordinance 26-040, I think 10% is after doing some preliminary research, but you really haven't done enough research on this at this point, but I don't think it's an adequate dollar amount to dedicate to the Jersey Public Schools. Since this is retroactive for 5 years, I think this is getting this passed and moving it forward makes sense. But it's my commitment to revisiting this and to work with the members of the city council and bring some information to light and share some of my research on this to be able to establish or propose what I think might be a higher rate in order to make sure that the schools are better funded. Yield.
Agenda item 410, ordinance 26-042, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City establishing Chapter 346, Youth Liaison Council of the Jersey City Municipal Code, creating the Jersey City Youth Liaison Council.
Any staff? Councilman?
No, sir.
Fair match.
Not at this time.
Okay, John.
Okay, agenda item 4.11, ordinance 26-043, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City in the County of Hudson in the State of New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 14, Department of Law of the Jersey City Municipal Code to establish the position of Legislative Council to the Municipal Council and clarify the respective roles of the Corporation Council and Legislative Council.
So John, we're still working some stuff out on this one, so I'm going to move to carry to the next meeting.
You'll make a motion at the
Correct.
Okay, agenda item 412, ordinance 26-044, an ordinance establishing local standards and public transparency requirements for Jersey City's municipal ward redistricting process, including requirements related to compactness, communities of interest, public hearings, alternate map review, and written explanations supporting adopted ward maps.
I'm sorry, could you please re-forward me the email, the memo you did? Thank you.
Council members sponsor this. Same question. Any additional staffing required for the enforcement of these regulations?
No,
Thank you.
there's a match.
What is the enforcement? Actually, that's a good question.
The
It might be
matches.
it might be in Sarah's memo. What is the enforcement? Because the ward map committee, for lack of a better, I don't remember the title of it, is independent of the council. What enforcement mechanism is there for the ordinance?
The law department's position is that there is no enforcement mechanism for the same reason why this ordinance is almost certainly in excess of the council's authority, which is that this is an entity created by and exclusively controlled by the state.
I mean, I just think that, it has to be some level of control. I mean, during the litigation, like we were responsible for funding for the lawsuit and things like that. I wholeheartedly believe that the commission will strongly consider the views of the council. I honestly do. And I also think the attorney did a great job at explaining, why this is important, why it's needed. And yeah, I just think in the grand scheme of things, even if the administration or corporations council position is this, the ordinance really does nothing. I mean, so if it really does nothing, then there's I'm of the opinion that, we should pass it. I just know that having clear communication, having a set of guidelines that a governing body agrees on, I think it set precedents for things to be done in a responsive, conductive manner.
Okay, next one, John.
Okay, agenda item 4.13, ordinance 26-045, an ordinance of the city of Jersey City in the county of Hudson, state of New Jersey, granting a tax exemption with respect to certain property identified as block 21501.01, lot 1, also known as 850-870 Garfield Avenue, and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Garfield Phase 1A Urban Renewal LLC.
Yeah.
Done. So, council, for both 413 and 414, wanted to say a quick thing that really before you this week are two separate issues that address crisis in the city. One is how do we solve the fiscal crisis that you are well aware of, and two, how we're addressing the affordable housing crisis in the city. 413 and 414 really speak to that. And while both issues are critical to the administration, we're asking that the housing items be carried to the July meeting to allow for space and time to address some resident questions around those two items. So we're going to be asking to carry 413 and 414 to the July meeting.
Appreciate that, Peter. And, I'd like to hear from Councilman Gilmore, since this project is in his ward. But my feeling is we need to carry this until the budget is settled. But I'd like to hear from.
I mean, I think in light of, so first, there's a few things going on with this. There may potentially be a conflict of interest for me. We're still like looking through that to see if that's essentially the case. But I will say this. Jersey City have entertained several pilots that doesn't give back nearly the amount of affordability in the PLA agreement. I do understand the sentiment of residents having concerns as it relates to the financial stability of the municipal budget. That is a real concern. I also understand the concerns that residents have as it relates to local workforce. So I would, if the administration position is they're going to carry this to the next meeting, and if the council's position is let's get the budget through to really see where we at from a financial perspective, I would just see if because I mean, I don't know the financial elements. I don't know if loan terms are coming up or any from a logistical standpoint as it relates to funding. I don't know any of that. But if it is the opinion of this council that one, you need more time to comb through it. There's been a lot of misinformation going on. Some people's like, well, it's only 13 units. And I was like, well, I don't think you guys are reading the totality of the pilot. I don't see it only 13 units. I see 13 units that are really low at low rates, but I don't see 13 in totality. But I say all that to say that, you know, the concerns that were brought up, some of them are real concerns. And if, like I said, if it's of the opinion of this council that we want to see what the budget looks like, how is it really going to impact the residents of Jersey City? Because I get I get what people are saying. It's like, how can you ask us to give more and then you want to give a tax break? I think some of that narrative is a little off, but at the very least, I do think conversation is noteworthy in this matter.
I appreciate those comments. Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore. I also, just for the record, I just want to add that this site, when currently vacant, is generating far less tax revenue than it would be generating even with a tax abatement, and that and that there is no scenario in which this project gets built without a tax abatement. So, you know, people were saying, oh, well, without a tax abatement, it would generate 3.8 million. But there is no scenario in which that project gets built. So we're either talking about, I think it's 1.9 million or whatever the small, far under $1 million amount of tax revenue that is generating right now. So, certainly pilots often don't make sense, but in some cases they do. And I think this might be one of the cases where it does make sense, given the current status of the site and the fact that nothing will get built without an abatement. And the site, when vacant, does not generate substantial tax revenue.
It sounds like my council colleagues also spent her weekend explaining generally what a pilot is. And that was my request to the administration 2 weeks ago, which was to put out proper public education, because many people, including some of us up here, and I'm sure I've done it myself, has spent time over the last several years dumping on pilots and tax abatements when they don't work. And the public has noticed that, and they picked up on that narrative, and many people are using it very well to make this project something that's not going to happen, potentially. A very quick fact sheet with numbers would be much appreciated. And there are experts in the administration, our deputy mayor being one of them, who can explain what a pilot is well better than I can, and certainly better than I can on Facebook. So with this additional time, I really would implore the administration, if you want that project, to do some social media work and education of the public. And I appreciate that there were public meetings held, but something as simple as a fact sheet for Facebook or in social media would be fantastic, because the numbers do make more sense for the Jersey City homeowner than the social media pundits are making known.
Yeah, and if at the next meeting, whenever that is, if the developer or someone from that team can come to directly speaks to the facts of the project and why, because I know someone said, well, in Bayfront, they doing 35%. Why can't they go to 35? And people don't like, Bayfront is a drastic different financial situation. Like these guys, as I understood, like they're paying for the land. It's not a subsidized purchase. So we can have them come and speak to the actual number of affordable units, what units will be at the, I think it's, what is it, 30% AMI, and what the actual rent is in said establishment. That will be great.
I think that would be much appreciated. But I would like to say for the record that, you know, when we do talk about projects like this and pilots, that, you know, we don't say that a project like this can't be built without a pilot, right? I'm not saying that a pilot isn't needed for this project, but it's not needed for every project.
And just a question, this project is benefiting from Aspire credits as well, or application? All right, thank you, Noah, for that. And our last presentation noted there are deadlines. I know the state is taking a look at Aspire differently, or looking at Aspire differently. So what is the timeline to make this project, if it were to go forward with the pilot, actually work? Because time would certainly be of the essence as well.
Council, for those reasons, that you just mentioned is why we're asking to push it back to July. I did confirm, though, that there are deadlines for this, but if we push it back to the July meeting, we can still meet those deadlines and we shouldn't have any issue with them.
Thank you.
Yes, matter of fact, I think, if I'm correct, I think July meeting is July 13th, and I think the application, I think the applications that have to go into the state, I think that because there's no benefit of having another meeting in July. Yes.
No, we're not going to do another meeting just for this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no other meeting.
No, there's no other meeting. So council members, you have some time to chew through this and get your information. They are carrying it. It won't be on this agenda. So we have weeks to discuss it.
Yes.
Let's move on.
I think I still have to read the title into the record because it's not carried until it's carried. So I will briefly run through that. 4.14, Ordinance 26-046, an ordinance of the City of Jersey City, County of Hudson, and the State of New Jersey, granting a tax exemption with respect to certain property identified as Block 21501.02, Lot 1.01, 874-902 Garfield Avenue, and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Garfield Phase 1B Urban Renewal LLC. Item 4.15, we already discussed. Item 4.16, Ordinance 26-048, an ordinance authorizing the City of Jersey City to renew the lease for the Brunswick Community Garden, sponsored by Jersey City Community Gardening, Inc., for the use of Block 9905, Lots 8 and 9, more commonly known as 174-176 Brunswick Street. Are there any questions regarding petitions and communications? Hearing none. Moving on to office. There are no officer or director reports. There is a claims list. Are there any questions on the claims? Hearing none. Moving on to the resolutions. Agenda item 10.1 was already discussed. Agenda item 10.2, resolution 26-364, a resolution honoring Ocean King, my French is not that great, Puelat, on being crowned Miss New Jersey Teen USA 2025.
That French, John?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that.
Well, it's on the record. You said it.
Okay, well, when Miss New Jersey shows up, she can confirm. Resolution 10.3, agenda item 10.3, resolution 26-365, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Jersey City honoring and celebrating the outstanding academic and engineering achievements of Team Jersey City scholars. Agenda item 10.4 was already discussed. Agenda item 10.5, resolution 26-367, a resolution honoring Daria Jones for her outstanding contributions to music, education, and community empowerment in recognition of Black Music Month. Agenda item 10.6, resolution 26-368, a resolution honoring PM Dawn during Black Music Month for their groundbreaking contributions to music and their lasting legacy as Jersey City pioneers. Agenda item 10.7, resolution 26-369, a resolution recognizing Renee Walker for her extraordinary contributions to music, faith-based theater, and community service during Black Music Month 2026. Agenda item 10.8, resolution 26-370, a resolution recognizing Charlene Toddy Cox Sharif for her music journalism, preservation of Black music history, community service, and education during Black Music Month. Agenda item 10.9, Resolution 26-371, a resolution of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City urging the New Jersey Office of the State Comptroller to conduct an audit, performance review, contract review, and any other lawful investigation or examination of the fiscal operations of the Fulop administration from 2020 through 2025 that contributed to the city's current structural budget deficit.
I just briefly speak to that, and if anyone has questions, feel free to ask myself and Councilman Zupa. I'm co-sponsoring this resolution. As you know, all of us have received inquiries and demands that after learning about the $255 million budget deficit, that we investigate these matters and hold people accountable for the fiscal crisis that we are in currently. Rather than establish a council investigative committee with, I say respectfully to the members of the public, that the depth and what would be required to be able to do that kind of work is extensive. And obviously we have our hands full. But we do feel that an investigation should be conducted. And myself and Councilman Zupa have been talking about this for months. Frankly, I know some people have suggested that we put this on just because of the third quarter tax levy. And that's absolutely not the case. It's kind of fell that way and put it on before we even knew that there was going to be a third quarter tax levy on the agenda. And so we think that the state comptroller can make investigations into this matter, may want to amend it after today's presentation. It says from 2020 through 2025. And I think the presentation said 2019 through 2025. And so we will refer that with this resolution, that investigation to the state comptroller, and hopefully any referrals of any criminal activities or anything else would go to the state attorney general as a result. Councilman Zupa, would you like to say something?
No, I think Councilman covered everything. I think serving on the rent control investigations committee taught a humbling lesson that this council, through no fault of our own, just doesn't have the resources to do the kind of investigation that this requires. If the deficit was caused by the amount of, let's go with negligence that is being alleged by the administration and what we've seen, then we need an outside independent agency that has the ability and resources to do an investigation.
Can you talk more about it? You said outside agency will be doing it?
Yeah, the state comptroller is independent of the city of Jersey City. Obviously, it's independent of the council. And sitting on that same committee and of course talking to our corporation council, we're limited in what we can do to ask questions of current city employees and certainly of former city employees. So if there is going to be an investigation, it should be by an outside agency.
Agenda item 10.10, resolution 26-372, a resolution accepting the 2026-2027 assessment roll of the historic downtown special improvement district of the city of Jersey City. Agenda item 10.11, resolution 26-373, a resolution adopting and ratifying the 2026-2027 budget of the historic downtown special improvement district of the city of Jersey City. Items 10.12 and 10.13 were already discussed. It is my understanding that the administration wishes to withdraw items 10.14, 10.15, and 10.16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Agenda items 10.17 through 10.26 were already discussed. Agenda item 10.27, resolution 26-389, a resolution authorizing the business administrator to execute a discharge of mortgage encumbering 424 Liberty Avenue in Jersey City, New Jersey, aka block 2601, lot 56. Agenda items 10.28 through 10.30 were already discussed. Agenda item 10.31, Resolution 26-393, a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City to apply for and accept a grant from the New Jersey Department of Health, Division of Local Public Health for the Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program 2026-2027. Agenda item 10.32 was already discussed. Agenda item 10.33, Resolution 26-395, a resolution authorizing the award of an open-end contract to Clark Moynihan Landscaping and Construction, LLC, for the general maintenance of various parks, 7 parks, for the Department of Recreation and Youth Development Division of Park Maintenance.
Yes, Lord Jesus. 2 things with this. One, I just think this looks like what I perceive is, I mean, these park maintenance is essentially cutting the grass and packing the grass up. 2 things. One, I would like to see if we can not group these parks together and allow smaller Jersey City contractors to bid on the parks. And then 2, outside of that, just from a financial standpoint, did we do any analysis as it relates to strictly just buying weed whackers and lawnmowers to maintenance the parks for the summer? When I was in recreation, I was the coordinator of Berry Lane Park. We had like a whole division that was dedicated to just cutting grass. We had the lawnmowers over there, we had weed whackers over there, and outside of the health hazard of workers going inside of that building, it seems pretty cost effective. So this is almost $1 million. Again, that's 0.25 of the percentage with which the administration spoke of earlier. I can't overemphasize enough of bringing things in-house to get things done. I get it. It's a new administration. Time is moving quick. But as a council, whenever things are coming up with these big money budget items, we just have to be creative. We just have to be creative. So my question is, have anyone in the administration and the Department of Recreation looked to see from a financial standpoint, how much would it cost?
Yes, Councilman. I believe Acting Director Donath, when he was here, sent a breakdown to Erica. I'll have to double check that. But I believe that was done in March or April.
Yeah, I don't think the breakdown was of how much the things will cost.
So the breakdown went over the staffing that would be needed, the cost of that staffing, equipment, fuel, all those items. Again, I'll have to revisit. I'm not sure which was sent out or if it got crossed anywhere, but we did do an analysis of that. Once you factor in fringe benefits and the capital required to purchase a lot of the equipment that would be needed, it would be more costly than the current contract. However, I know the council has been adamant that we want to try to bring some of these services in-house, which I think in the long run we're committed to doing. It's just in the current situation with the current budget, we wouldn't be able to bring those in-house and save the city money doing that. So I think at this point, the contract really kind of just buys us some time to do it properly and bring those services in-house over the long run to make it cost effective.
Pete, I'm going to say this, Peter. You don't need a college degree to cut grass.
No, but you need medical insurance, liability insurance, and
no, the city already have the insurance. It's nothing more than if you're at work and something happens to you. There's people for the city that have been cutting grass that still works for the city. These people still work there. They just do other things. Listen, weed whackers and lawnmowers does not cost that much. It doesn't take that much to cut grass. Like this stuff is not rocket science. We need to have a real conversation from a structural standpoint to see if we can do this. And if we can't do this, give the council a financial memo to show from a financial standpoint why we can't do it. I know that there are people from DPW, or I don't know if they're still in DPW or recreation, but I know that there were people assigned to this detail cutting grass. There were groundsmen working for the parks.
I actually bumped into someone when I was going to one of the senior events who works for the city, was driving a truck and had a lawnmower hitched to the back of it. And I asked him where's he going? He said he was going to cut grass. So I don't understand. But people are actually doing it today. This was 2 weeks ago, and he's doing that. And then, when you're reading this and it says open-ended contract, like what? Why? Right? How come there's no? I don't get it. These open-ended. I mean, we shouldn't have open-ended contracts with anybody, right? But so with this open-ended contract, if we do bring somebody in, I mean, how easy? Or if we're not satisfied with the services, how easy is it for us to just stop services on an open-ended contract?
I would have to actually review the contract language of the law department. I couldn't answer that right now.
Just for your awareness, Councilman, open-ended typically means that you only pay for services that are actually rendered as you go. So if you tell them stop providing services or they do less work than you expect them to, you only pay for what was actually performed. Open-ended doesn't mean authorized forever without an end date. It just means, pay as you go effectively.
No, I see that. I see it's up to $811,000.
It's a 1-year contract. So
it's 1 year.
Yep.
So you got
Thank you.
1 year, $800,000 for 7. Am I reading this right?
It's seven.
7 parks.
Seven
parks.
So that's about
110. Yeah.
$110,000 to maintenance the park. I don't know, y'all. I just know what I've seen. I know the capabilities. I know the work that individuals in DPW do. In fact, we have property that we have to maintenance, that we have to cut the grass. Hence, the property on Garfield directly across from Berry Lane Park. Whenever it gets too high, the neighbor always call. We call DPW. They come, cut it, and clean it.
They do the cleaning liens.
Like we already do this. The equipment is there.
Just a question. So the council voted on 2 temporary contracts with Clark Moynihan, and is when Director Donath was here. Thank you. It was here, and he said, "Well, these are temporary because we're going to get a more permanent RFQ." Is this contract the result of that RFQ process? And if so, how come the rest of the parks aren't included in this? Like Pershing Field is obviously not included.
I think it was an RFP for this, not an RFQ. Not a big deal, but distinguishing in case anyone is watching at home. It's because there's 2 separate contracts we have. One of them, does the 3 large parks, Pershing Field included, and the other does the 7 remaining parks, as well as other properties around the city, like the small pocket parks. So that's why there's 2 here. There's one contract that's a different cycle that was already approved by council. This current one was an effort for us to go out to RFP. I believe even in the RFP, we did kind of frame the cost where, if you could provide it, union, et cetera, break it down more, whatever the circumstances might be, they had a chance to reply to it. But I don't think anyone replied that they could do the entire city. The only person that replied with that was the current one, Clark Moynihan.
We can anticipate another contract, most likely from Clark Moynihan for Pershing Field and the other parks that weren't covered.
I think that was already approved by council. I'll have to see when the expiration date is for that.
I think it's the end of the year, yeah.
So I think it's the exact date, but eventually you'd anticipate it, unless we can decide how to bring some of the services in-house at a more cost beneficial rate to the city. I understand the council's frustration, but again, these are very large parks throughout the entire city. We do have some equipment, but we do not have the sufficient equipment to do all these parks.
Peter, Peter, Audubon Park is not a large, I may have more grass in my house than Audubon Park. It is not a large park. Peter. That is not a large park.
Again, these contracts are for all the parks in the city. I
Yes,
understand the
but-
council's reference.
It's 8 parks, and I mean, it's been a long day, but it's 800,000 for 7 parks, which equates to 110,000 a park. Audubon Park, if you're lucky, is the size of this room right here. And they do a horrible job. I'm not even gonna get on the performance. I just think that, I don't know, man. I just think that if we're really in the business of having this conversation about being financially responsible, I think we could do it.
And also, when you think about it, right, if the contract is open-ended and it's, okay, we're gonna call them when we need them, then we should be able to, you know, when we need it done, put people together, give them a few days' notice from DPW, or let them know on a Monday, can you go out Thursday with your team and, you know, mow these lawns? Because again, they do the clean and leans. They're out here, and I've seen them with some equipment, like heavy equipment, like this lawnmower. You can sit on it.
Or hire seasonal workers.
So you know,
I know the administration is looking at shared services. Did anyone contact the county and ask, hey, do you have anyone we can hire or retain to do 7 parks?
Oh.
I mean, $1 million for 8 months of grass cutting is a little high when we're talking about a 20% tax increase.
Well, I want to be a little specific though. It's not just grass cutting. They have to do trimming, maintenance. They do shoveling of the sidewalks. There's a lot, you know, to be fair to the applicants for the RFP, there's a lot more required. I can share the RFP with everyone if the council would like to review it. But there is specific work, specific timeframes they have to complete this work in. Again, I'm not speaking directly to the level of service they provide. I'll have the director kind of provide a memo to everyone so you see that. But, you know, there's specific requirements to how they have to comply with it.
So Peter, can you send the RFP and any financial information that you have over to the council?
Yes, we'll do.
I'm interested as
May I
well.
suggest that
Thank
we get 3 council members to sit with the administration and work this out? Let's get it worked out. I just want to put on the record, you got my questions. Please provide that information. Thank you.
So, just quickly, given that we weren't able to hear from anyone from Recreation, this resolution, would the administration consider withdrawing it for this council meeting and allowing us time to review the materials and discuss with Director Vincent at next caucus?
I would. However, the contract is expiring soon. So if we do that, we would be out of contract until the next council meeting. So I know the council is very critical of that. So we've been mindful of trying to get things done prior to it going out of contract. But, you know, I defer to the council. If you're willing to give us that leeway, you know, I'm happy to bring it back in July.
Would we just have an interruption in service, or would we continue doing services and paying for them out of contract?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend interrupting the services in the heart of summer with all the activities we have going on. So we have to pay them out of contract.
So when does the contract end? June 30th?
I believe July 1st.
July
I have to check
1st.
that.
So then potentially between July 1st and July 15th, we could see if DPW could handle the maintenance of the parks for those weeks.
There's no way they can handle that maintenance. They're short staffed as it is.
Can you email us the number or the amount of employees that Park and Forestry have?
Yes, I can do that.
Or if you know now?
No.
I don't know the exact.
Okay,
off the top of my
thank you.
And you said that there's no one in DPW or Recreation that could handle that maintenance, but I would like to hear that from Director Vincent.
So I think we should take this offline and meet with the administration, loop in Director Vincent, and maybe DPW so we can get some of these answers.
Thank you.
Councilman Gilmore volunteers to go and cut the grass.
July 1st to July 15th, Councilman Gilmore will take care of 7 parks.
Next one, John.
Okay. Agenda item 10.34, Resolution 26-396, a resolution honoring Hiram Winard Harper for his outstanding contributions to jazz and community enrichment in recognition of Black Music Month. Agenda items 1035 through 1038 were already discussed. Agenda item 10.39, Resolution 26-401, a resolution authorizing the public sale of 137 motor vehicles through publicsurplus.com, public online auction. Agenda items 10.40 through 10.42 were already discussed. It is my understanding the administration wishes to withdraw agenda item 10.43. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Agenda items 10.44 through 10.48 were already discussed. Agenda item 10.49, Resolution 26-411, a resolution ratifying the award of a professional service agreement with the law firm of Florio Kenny Raval LLP to provide legal professional service advice and counsel on various litigation matters.
Permission to get ahead of this one, John?
Granted.
So this is a contract ratification, which I understand the council is rightfully loath to award. There are two that are on the agenda from the law department tonight. As you know, we are involved in a labor-intensive process of reviewing all of our contracts and all outstanding invoices from prior years. I will submit for your consideration without reference to any particular agenda item that sometimes the cudgel of council approval of a contract award is useful in negotiations over things like the scope of work, revision of outstanding invoices, and changing practices moving forward to comport with the new administration's approach to contract awards. So with the understanding that this council frowns upon these ratifications and any future ones that come before it, we do respectfully request you consider these contract awards.
Sarah, can you speak to why for some of the law firms, the hourly rate was 175? I know they responded to the proposal with that rate, but 175 for Florio Kenny, I think it was 1 or 200 for PEM Law. I don't know some of these firms, but I'm confident we can get them at 180, 175 an hour with the recognition that, they'll build a municipality more, more abundantly, but it'll be a cheaper rate overall for the city.
Sure. So for firms that provide litigation services for the city, which include Florio Kenny and Kiernan Trebach, which are both on tonight, we have a standard process. So 175 is the standard rate. The only firms we have ever offered an elevated rate to do special kinds of litigation, namely federal litigation and complex cases. The highest rate we have ever awarded is $225 an hour in cases where we really struggled to obtain counsel, either in very challenging cases or frankly in high profile or controversial cases. So firms that we're awarding $200 to, that is the rate we have been able to negotiate for federal cases. For PEM Law, that's a little bit different from our litigation firms. That is the firm that is providing outside counsel labor services for the city. So this is a firm that has been performing services for the city under a contract that we originally awarded that was under the bid threshold, so it did not previously come before council. She has done, the attorney from the firm, her name is Jen Roselle, really excellent labor and employment work for the city thus far. And so the administration has made the decision that it would like her to take over negotiations in the 6 out of contract union matters. So we are now awarding her a contract or additional money for her existing contract that will be approaching, but less than what the city has paid in previous years for labor services for a year's worth of many unions worth of negotiations. Jen Roselle wanted to be here tonight, but due to some scheduling and logistic challenges, she could not be. But she wanted me to express to all of you that she is happy to make herself available one-on-one to answer any questions that you have, or just to tell you a bit about her philosophy in labor negotiations.
Ms. Roselle got, it's $200 an hour for her services.
Give me just a moment to confirm.
So John, let's move on to the next one and give Corporation Counsel a second to look that up if she doesn't have it.
Very well. Agenda item 10.50, Resolution 26-412, a resolution authorizing a closed session of the Municipal Council on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026 at 5 p.m. to discuss issues related to pending litigation.
Sorry, Sarah, you can, I could bother you offline. You don't have to give me a public response. It's my request, so we can keep the agenda moving.
Okay. Agenda item 10.51 was already discussed, as was agenda item 10.52. 10.53, Resolution 26-415, a resolution ratifying the award of a professional service agreement with the law firm of Kiernan Trebach LLP to provide legal professional service advice and counsel on various litigation matters. Agenda item 10.54, Resolution 26-416, a resolution amending a professional services agreement with the law firm of Pem Law LLP to serve as outside counsel to the City of Jersey City on various labor matters. Agenda items 10.55 through the balance of business, 10.58 were already discussed. Agenda item 10.59, Resolution 26-421, a resolution recognizing childcare as essential public infrastructure and calling for the full funding, reopening, and expansion of the New Jersey Child Care Assistance Program.
Motion.
Hold on one second. Agenda item 1060, we already discussed.
Yeah, I would just like to speak very briefly on 10.59. So this is calling on the council to support state legislation to expand the child care subsidies from 200% of federal poverty to 300%. That would help a lot of people in Jersey City. Child care is extremely expensive. The legislature has the chance to do something transformative at the same time that they help our municipality here. So that's the purpose of this resolution. Would like to defer to this, and I will keep my group to a tight 7 minutes, Madam President. I'll time it. 7 minutes. Yeah.
7 minutes?
This is
No, quick speeches, quick picture.
three minutes.
Three-
Because there are a lot of resolutions.
No,
we have to
meaning
go through.
I will not speak. I'm not going to speak for 7 minutes.
Okay, but Councilman Gilmore has about 3 or 4 presentations. I made all his people do 3 minutes. We got to stick to the 3 minutes.
I was meaning in total the whole show. But 3 minutes. Okay. Put a timer. Put a timer. We'll keep it to 3 minutes.
We'll talk offline.
Okay, sounds good.
I have 2 ceremonial.
Yeah, we're gonna, and then we still have the whole agenda after all of the ceremonial stuff. So
And I
let's
was
be
someone
mindful.
speaking on 4.6 who has to leave by 7:15, so.
Motion.
Sorry, quick, okay, sorry. Okay,
There was a-
Wednesday, I'll ask few
well-
questions, but nobody has energy now.
Right, so there was
For you.
a motion by Councilman Gilmore to adjourn at 9:38, seconded by Griffin, I believe. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes 9-0. We'll see everyone on Wednesday at 6 p.m. right here in the council chambers. Until then, be well.
Okay.